right, good morning. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. Today is April 26th. It's a Monday, and we are assembled electronically today to hear testimony for a handful of bills. We have a busy morning planned. I suspect we'll continue after lunch. We're not going to be going quite in order as listed. We're going to jump around a little bit. So just to give folks in the attendee space a heads up, we'll hear them in this order: 1208, 1367, 911, 1415, 1467, and then 1163. So why don't we go ahead and start with introductions, and I'll look to you, Representative Bell.
Good morning. Art Bell. I represent House District 47, which is Yarmouth, Chebeak, and Long Island.
And Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Johansson.
Good morning. Chris Johansson, House District 145, the 18 organized towns between Bridgewater and Sherman.
Representative Dudera.
Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent District 94, the towns of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport.
Representative Hanley.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alnut, Westcasset, and Randolph.
And Senator Bennett.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the privilege of serving 13 towns in Western Maine in the state Senate, in Cumberland and Oxford counties, in the beautiful foothills and lakes region.
Representative Tucker.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Tucker. I represent House District 50, which is the town of Brunswick, which is right at the first waterfall going up the Androscoggin River out of Merrymeeting Bay.
And Representative Tucker is the House co-chair for the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. And we're also joined by our OPLA analysts, Dan Tartikoff and Deirdre Snyder, and by our clerk, Sabrina Carey. And we are grateful, as always, for their help. So let's go ahead and get started with our first hearing. We're going to start with 1208, an act to amend the state's electronic waste recycling law. And then we'll invite the sponsor in, Senator Stewart. Let's see. Here he comes. Welcome, Senator Stewart. Nice to see you this morning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's great to see you as well. It's a rainy day up here in the county, but good nonetheless. So with that, I'll begin my testimony. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the legislature's Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Senator Trey Stewart. I have the distinction of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. I'm here today before you to present LD 1208, an act to amend the state's electronic waste recycling law. As you may recall, Maine was the first state to enact manufacturer-producer responsibility for electronic devices in 2005. The law was written before the infrastructure existed for implementing an extended producer responsibility, EPR, program for electronics. Under the current system, manufacturers pay consolidators chosen by DEP and at rates approved by DEP, who then hire electronics recyclers. Recycling rates approved by DEP are the highest in the country. In recent years, electronics manufacturers have created a producer responsibility organization, PRO, called the Manufacturers Clearinghouse to address compliance in other states. The legislation before you proposes to incorporate this clearinghouse into the Maine program to provide greater alignment with other states. This change would allow manufacturers to hire the recyclers who receive direct manufacturer funding and make the system consistent with state procurement law. It's also consistent with the principle that if the government mandates a private party to do something, they should let that party decide who they want to pay to do the work. To be clear, LD 1208 does not change the financing system of the e-waste program. Recycling is still the responsibility of electronics manufacturers. It also would not change the registration fees that manufacturers pay to DEP for oversight of the program. LD 1208 would not change the municipality-based collection system where any municipality who wants to collect and participate may do so, nor would it change the scope of products recycled under the program. Some things this legislation does aim to accomplish include updating the administration of the program by incorporating the multi-state clearinghouse, the PRO. It would also require recyclers to be certified to third-party recycling standards approved by DEP, shifting responsibility from DEP to manufacturers for arranging service to collectors. I believe that this bill will create incentives for manufacturers to design and produce more environmentally friendly products. And worth noting, it would incorporate a new requirement to minimize the generation of greenhouse gas emissions associated with the vehicle travel required to implement the program. I was recently informed DEP is developing rulemaking that may overlap some elements of LD 1208. And given this rulemaking and in order to have robust discussions with all stakeholders, I'd like to ask that the committee consider carrying this legislation over to review the rulemaking. I know that there are others who may have questions or concerns with this bill. So by carrying this bill over and waiting for the rulemaking, greater engagement can occur and something can be created that all parties are amenable to. And I'll note too that we've had a couple of stakeholder group meetings with some of the folks. I'm sure you'll hear from them later today, but looking forward to having that robust discussion throughout this process, and happy to continue to meet with them offline as well. So with that, thank you for your consideration of this legislation. Happy to answer any questions anybody has at this time.
Thank you so much, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Stewart? All right. Yes, Senator Bennett.
Thank you very much. I am pleased to co-sponsor this legislation. I don't intend to testify, so I'd like to just pose a question to Senator Stewart, or maybe if you don't have the answer, somebody else does. How many states actually have this extended stewardship program for electronics? Do we know that?
I know that somebody behind me can answer that question. I don't want to give you the wrong number.
Okay.
It does exist. We have talked about it before. Offhand, I don't have that number, but I know that somebody behind me will be able to tell you.
That's fine. Thanks very much.
Anyone else from the committee have a question for the senator? All right, not seeing any. Well, thank you for joining us. And next up, we have Mr. Beneski from the DEP. While we're waiting for Mr. Beneski, we have been joined by 2 additional committee members. So perhaps I'll have Representative Gramlich introduce herself next.
Senator, sorry that I was late. I have some, again, like always, competing priorities today, so I'll be popping in and out, but I do represent House District 13, which is indeed the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Welcome. And Representative Bloom.
Good morning, everyone. This is Lydia Bloom. I represent House District 3 in York. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And good morning, Mr. Beneski. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I am Brian Beneski of the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management, Division of Materials Management at the Department of Environmental Protection, speaking in opposition to LD 1208. In 2004, Maine enacted the country's first law establishing extended producer responsibility for electronics. Since the program's inception in 2006, more than 100 million pounds of televisions, printers, game consoles, and other electronic devices with screens have been recycled through the program. In part, the findings and purpose section of the Electronic Waste Law 38 MRS section 1610 states that Its purpose is to establish an electronics recycling system that is convenient and minimizes cost to the consumer. The intent of the legislature is that costs associated with consolidation, handling, and recycling be internalized by the manufacturers of electronic products and components before the point of purchase, and a system of shared responsibility for the collection and recycling of covered electronic devices among manufacturers, consolidators, municipalities, and other parties is the most effective and equitable means of achieving the purposes of this section. It sets up a system whereby manufacturers pay much of the cost of recycling these items, thereby ensuring an affordable and environmentally sound outlet for this waste stream. LD 1208 makes fundamental changes to this successful program. It would likely lead to higher costs to Maine municipalities and residents, less convenient recycling opportunities, particularly in more rural parts of the state, and outcomes that are less environmentally sound. The changes proposed in this bill would shift the cost of electronic waste or e-waste consolidation from manufacturers to municipalities and consumers. The current electronic waste law places responsibility for the cost of consolidation with the manufacturers. This bill appears to change that by requiring collection sites, which would be the responsibility of the municipality, to sort, package, and consolidate the electronics. Additionally, municipalities would be required to guarantee 18,000 pounds of devices or pay a fee of up to $600 per pickup. This bill may require a municipal collection infrastructure that does not currently exist. 18,000 pounds of electronics is the equivalent of 1 to 2 trailer loads of material. Very few transfer stations can consolidate that much on site, and transfer stations vary in terms of their ability to accommodate 40-foot trailers. The bill provides opportunity for a town to participate in the program without a collection site through one-day collection events. However, collection events would be subject to similar requirements as collection sites, with all devices required to be sorted and packaged onto pallets by the municipality, and the up to $600 fee applying to events collecting less than 18,000 pounds. Since most towns in Maine do not have staff trained for this work, this collection and consolidation would likely have to be contracted out and paid for by the municipality. Consolidators currently working in the Maine system are hesitant to service collection events, citing inefficiencies that result from having no ability to determine how much material to expect at a collection event and liability concerns. Given the bill's proposed requirements, municipalities might choose not to participate and would need to fund recycling of electronics on their own. If they do participate, their costs could increase substantially. Municipalities paid for recycling electronics prior to 2006 and did so by charging residents at drop-off. Drop-off fees led to illegal dumping of electronics, which in part provided the impetus for passing this law in the first place. This bill fundamentally changes the administration of the program from the current format in which consolidators are approved by the department and then work with municipalities directly, to a system in which a manufacturer-directed clearinghouse manages the recycling of electronics that municipalities collect and consolidate. The clearinghouse would submit a plan on behalf of as few as 2 manufacturers, providing they have a combined 50% market share that would set rules of participation, including fees for all participating manufacturers. Participating manufacturers would be held to different standards than non-participating manufacturers, as they could discharge their entire obligation through a private collection system instead of providing for statewide collection as is required of others. This may lead to further limiting e-waste collection in rural areas which are more difficult to service. This bill places responsibility for recycler selection with manufacturers, which may not provide the most environmentally sound outcome for this material. The antitrust provision in this bill, along with the clearinghouse's likely position as the primary entity through which Maine's electronics could be recycled, will allow the clearinghouse to set prices. Impacts on profit margins of recycling businesses due to set pricing for covered materials could lead to additional costs being placed on municipalities and residents, materials not being recycled, or recyclers going out of business and leaving behind stockpiles of e-waste with no viable market. Manufacturers and consolidators have identified a number of issues in discussions with the department that we all agree should be addressed to improve e-waste program operation. The department has already completed a first draft of proposed amendments to the current e-waste rules and intended to proceed with rulemaking this year. The department believes that the existing structure and flexibility provided by the current statute and the rulemaking process will result in an improved system that provides incentives for collection and efficiency and is well suited to Maine's geography and infrastructural reality. In conclusion, we oppose restructuring the state's successful e-waste program as proposed by LD 1208 due to anticipated negative cost, operational and recycling rate impacts, and expect to make appropriate program improvements through rulemaking during the coming year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Senator. Just two quick questions. One, in the presentation that said that there'd be saving fuel on transportation, and if you could speak to that. And also, do you feel we need to carry this over to talk to the stakeholders, or do you feel that the DEP can go ahead and do the rulemaking without that carryover?
In terms of the fuel, I think that's a discussion regarding the transportation of material. And I guess that's something that we would look at regarding the efficiencies of how that e-waste material is transported. And regarding rulemaking, I mean, I believe we can make the fixes we need to through the rulemaking process.
Are there any?
Go
ahead.
No, do you feel that do we need to carry this bill over to do that rulemaking, or do you feel it's not necessary?
I believe we could carry it over, yes.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Badetsky, thanks for your testimony. A couple of questions. One is, what are the specific fixes that you think need to be made with respect to this program? Well,
the issues we've heard is, again, the costs to the manufacturers, and the other issue that's come up is because the e-waste doesn't cover all electronics, it's specific to devices with screens and other material. So the two issues we've heard is the cost to manufacturers and the idea of non-covered material getting included with covered material. So we're looking at trying to come up with geographic efficiencies, looking to maybe have the selection process be more of a bidding process where we actually do look for the lowest cost and try to have municipalities select first on the lowest cost, and then try to provide the clarity and transparency so that the manufacturers would not have to worry about having non-covered devices put onto their bill, their costs.
Do you have particular benchmarks for performance that you track with respect to how successful this program is?
I'd have to look into that a little bit more and get back to you for the work session.
That'd be helpful. And also, I'd be really curious as to any information you could provide about what other states are doing in this area, and how Maine's program compares, because it seems to me that always want to learn from best practices that others are promoting and learn vicariously from the mistakes of others, right?
Right. As far as I'm aware of, Illinois is the one state that comes up as having a program similar to 1208, yeah. And I'm not sure how many other states actually do have a similar. I believe Illinois is the only one, but that's something others can maybe have more information on.
Okay, and yeah, just to be clear, not necessarily the modifications that are proposed in this legislation, but just how our current program compares with other states.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Beneski? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Sure. Thank you. You're welcome.
Great. And so let's move over to the attendee space. Anyone who's here to speak in favor of today's legislation number 1208, Walter Alcorn. We'll bring Mr. Alcorn over. You'll want to raise your hand if you're in the attendee space to speak in favor. Welcome, Mr. Alcorn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think I figured out the Zoom here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this legislation. My name is Walter Alcorn. I'm Vice President for Environmental Affairs and Industry Sustainability at the Consumer Technology Association. And CTA represents manufacturers and retailers of these devices that are the focus of Maine's e-waste law. Appreciate the discussion so far. We're big supporters of this legislation, and I just want to make sure everybody understands the intent. The intent is not to reduce coverage of recycling or recycling availability to any resident of the state. It's not an attempt to shift costs at all. As a matter of fact, most of the language came from the current law in terms of that particular question of the consolidators and how municipalities would participate in an updated program. So happy to work with DEP on fixing that language and making sure that that's clear, that the responsibility, financial responsibility is not changing, and there is no attempt to either shift costs in any way or to reduce coverage for the residents. The only three things that are suggested here to change, at least the intent. One is to change the administration of the program to a producer responsibility organization, which I think the committee is familiar with other industries that have set these up. We didn't have one 15 years ago or 16, 17 years ago. It's really only been within the last 3 years that the industry has finally come together and had an industry-wide organization, PRO. And the primary change that we're suggesting is that this producer responsibility organization be authorized to work in Maine and support the program under the Maine requirements. The other two changes would be one, as part of an annual review of the PRO plan, the PRO recycling plan, that DEP should consider impacts on climate and should look at the logistical proposed plan of manufacturers through that lens, just to make sure that we're not producing emissions any more than we need to. And then the second piece would be it would require the manufacturers to incorporate, variable obligation, if you will. In effect, we want to reward manufacturers that are doing more to produce more environmentally and recyclable products. That's actually not in the current law. It's pretty unusual. It's sort of a holy grail for these extended producer responsibility systems. And we are raising our hand and suggesting, let us work on that. No change in statewide coverage. In fact, this actually would bring in into the program formally retail collections and other private collections outside of municipalities to have it be part of an overall plan annually that DEP reviews. So happy to work on the details. Looking forward to also seeing DEP's proposed regulations that we learned about a few weeks ago, because there is, currently the program is not consistent with state procurement law. To have basically vendors that are selected by others, and then our manufacturers are required by law to pay those vendors at rates approved by DEP. I understand why it was set up that way, but now that we have more infrastructure in place that could be used in Maine on the management side, definitely look forward to having more discussions about how we might be able to implement this in Maine. So anyway, I'd be happy to answer any questions or have any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alcorn. Representative Ziegler has a question.
Yes, in regards to the fees that municipalities have to pay if they don't have enough. The small municipalities, it's very hard for them to accumulate that much. And also 2 truckloads, 40-foot truckloads are quite large for some centers. Why are you putting a fee on that? Why are you causing an increase in the municipalities have to pay?
Well, actually, the intent was to carry forward language that's in the current law. We don't want to change that. Frankly, we don't want to change the role for municipalities in terms of what they need to be doing now. Under the current law, and this is one of the weird things, the current law basically draws the line between basically manufacturers take financial responsibility once it's at a full truckload, and up to then, it's supposed to be the municipality's responsibility. I mean, that's the way the current law is written. Frankly, we're open to looking at alternatives because in practice, it hasn't always worked out that way. And we'd rather have it be more transparent and above board in terms of the relationship between the consolidators and municipalities. And that might be another area, frankly, that needs updating so that municipalities are not incurring costs that and certainly not paying fees to participate in this program.
Representative, did you have a follow-up? Any other questions for Mr. Alcorn? All right, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we'll bring in Mr. Thompson next and then Mr. Picard. And just to remind everybody, we're going to keep a 3-minute clock today.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Thompson. I'm not sure if you heard on the way in, but we're keeping a 3-minute clock today.
Okay, no, thank you. My name is Dave.
Can't see you. Did you want to turn your video on?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Welcome. There you are.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Thompson. I am the Director of Corporate Environmental Affairs for Panasonic Corporation of North America. I also serve as president of a manufacturer producer responsibility organization called MRM, which recycles about 120 million pounds of e-waste per year on behalf of 45 manufacturers. Not all manufacturers in the space, but about 45. We are active in, well, the question came up earlier. There's about 25 states plus the District of Columbia that have e-waste laws, and with the exception of California, where they charge an advanced recycling fee, all of them, all the remaining areas, states are a producer responsibility model. And I think 4 states, Maine being one of them, do not allow manufacturers to operate their own programs. So Maine is a bit of an outlier in that regard, at least from my perspective as a manufacturer of products and someone who's trying to operate collection programs and recycling programs as a responsible corporate steward. I would just say that one of the concerns that we have is the cost, which has been alluded to here in Maine. It can be as much as double in some of the other states in which we are active. So that is a significant differential, I think, with respect to e-waste cost. And those costs do get built into the price of the product that people in Maine and across the country buy. So there is, I think, some incentive for us to try to reduce those costs. The other thing I wanted to say is we, as a manufacturer and group of manufacturers, we are interested in a nationwide approach, something that is consistent across the states that minimizes this patchwork of differential requirements and complications and allows us to collect and recycle electronic products as efficiently as we can, especially with a view to gaining economies of scale that would allow further investments for more beneficial reuse of the materials. So I guess I would just like to close and say I'm in support of LD 1208. I listened to what Walter Alcorn and the members have to say and appreciate that discussion. And our goal is to make this system work on behalf of all stakeholders, citizens of Maine, manufacturers, recyclers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Representative Hanley has a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your testimony. Are you aware of any federal legislation that's in the works that might set a national standard for this type of recycling?
I personally am not. I know there is ongoing discussion about federal legislation, but there has never been enough, I guess, interest and consensus to move that forward. I think Walter Alcorn, who would be much more knowledgeable about that than I am, could probably address it a little better. But currently there isn't a federal law, and I think the discussions are ongoing, but at this point, I'm not aware of a draft bill that has been introduced.
Thank you. Follow up, if I may.
Yes.
Yes, also, Mr. Thompson, are you aware of any state or community that has a rebate, not a rebate, but like a bottle deposit? So when you return an electronic item, you get a $10 fee or something. Any program like that exists?
The only program that I'm aware of, and it's not for electronic products, but for car batteries. Many states have a deposit in lieu of trade, they call it. So that, if you buy a battery and do not turn an old one back in, you have to pay a deposit, which you get back, I guess, when you bring a battery back. I'm not aware of any e-waste law. Well, there are no e-waste laws that offer that type of approach. California does have an advanced recycling fee, which is collected at the point of sale and then used to collect and recycle products in California. And I do believe that across Canada, almost all provinces have some sort of retail fee that's charged at the time of sale and used to recycle electronic products. So the US system is very different than what's just north of the border.
Thank you very much.
Any additional questions for Mr. Thompson? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thompson, did I hear you correctly to say that you believe that our program costs twice as much as those in other states?
Well, in some states, not all states. I guess the main program is probably more than double. Say South Carolina, North Carolina, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois, off the top of my head. Other states that have e-waste laws that are more expensive range from Rhode Island. Connecticut's very expensive, same model as Maine, where I guess I'm not sure who chooses the recyclers, but these are very expensive models compared to others. New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania are fairly expensive in their own right, I guess.
Is there somewhere that we can easily go to look at the various programs that different states employ, so we can learn which one is operating best in terms of making sure that the collection happens and it's done as efficient way as possible?
I will look into that, but I would refer you to something called the National Center for Electronics Recycling, who does maintain information, perhaps a date. I'm not sure if they maintain a database on cost, but they do maintain information on all state programs across the country.
Yeah, I'd be interested in cost, but also performance standards. I mean, which ones are the best at actually getting the job done? And then looking at, cost would be a factor clearly, but it just seems a long time since this program was installed with extended producer responsibility coming before the legislature and other matters now. And I think that, there's probably a lot of learnings that have happened. We should just try to find the best systems and not reinvent the wheel.
Yes, so I would think first to look at the NCER and their knowledge in, I guess, data that could be available on state programs. And of course, I think CTA, Walter Alcorn would be a great resource in also providing information he works on behalf of the entire industry on e-waste recycling.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Maybe Mr. Alcorn could provide you with a meta-analysis, Senator, before our work session.
If Mr. Alcorn is still listening, I will put that out in the ether.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Are there any additional questions? All right. Not seeing any. Before we go any further, I'd like to welcome Representative O'Connor and offer her an opportunity to introduce herself.
Good morning. I apologize for my tardiness this morning. Everything seemed to run over. And my name is Beth O'Connor. I represent District 5 and the good people of Berwick and North Berwick. Thank you, Senator.
Welcome. All right. And next up, we have, where'd he go? Mr. Picard was in the audience with his hand up and now is moving over, I think. He's in the work. Here he comes.
Good morning, Senator Brenner. I'm here. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I am Curtis Picard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine, representing retailers of all sizes, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1208. First of all, thank you to Senator Stewart and Senator Bennett for submitting this bill. Maine was the first state in the nation to pass an e-waste law in 2004, as you've heard, and 24 other states have followed with similar programs. And I'll add, for at least the last 2 annual product stewardship reports, our organization has submitted comments to the Maine DEP asking it to examine the cost and efficiency of Maine's e-waste programs. However, in its 17-year existence, Maine's e-waste program has not undergone a significant examination of its efficiency and cost. Over the past couple of years, our members who participate in Maine's program have told us that Maine and Hawaii have the highest program costs of all the participating states. Hawaii's costs are understandable as component materials end up being shipped back to the mainland for additional processing and recycling. However, Maine's program remains the outlier. LD 1208 is not a repeal of Maine's e-waste law. Instead, it's a proposal to examine the existing program, as you've heard, and make suggested changes that can lead to a more efficient and cost-effective system. I've read the posted testimony of both the Maine DEP and the Natural Resources Council of Maine. Both testimonies note that the Maine DEP is planning to undergo rulemaking to address some of the concerns that have been raised. We sincerely appreciate that effort, but we also acknowledge that the Maine DEP is very busy and has limited resources. LD 1208 was submitted to make sure these discussions and efforts happen. We would appreciate you keeping LD 1208 viable until the rulemaking is complete and a determination is made that all the necessary changes can be made through rulemaking and not necessarily additional legislation. Without this vehicle, Maine's e-waste issues could remain unresolved until 2023 at the earliest. I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Picard. Any questions for Mr. Picard? All right, not seeing any. Well, thank you for your time this morning. And that is it for folks that I have signed up to speak for.
You've muted yourself.
I don't know how I did that. All right. If there's anyone else here to speak in favor, if you could raise your hand. That's we've gone through everyone on my list. And next we'll move to those here to speak in opposition. I believe we just have Ms. Nichols from NRCM. We can go ahead and move her over. I don't know if she's there. All right, Shelby Wright is here to speak in opposition. So we'll bring Ms. Wright over and I don't see.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. How is everyone today?
Doing well. How are you?
Well, thank you. Senator Brennan, Representative Tucker, and other esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource, thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity today to speak in opposition to LD 1208. My name is Shelby Wright. I'm the Manager of Engagement for the Eastern Region of Casella Waste Systems. And, as the handler of almost 2/3 of Maine's waste, we work within the regulatory processes of the DEP, and we do recognize that regulatory oversight is often complex and complicated, and it does need regular review. This bill, however, seems to be a solution looking to fix a problem that doesn't really exist. And to the extent that the manufacturers are funding the program, they probably could benefit for a little bit more transparency in the program in order to see how their dollars are being spent and where financial benefits may be found in the program so that those monies can be spent more efficiently and effectively. And to that end, we would welcome the engagement with them and other legitimate stakeholders to really discuss ways to improve Maine's e-waste recycling program. But that said, at the end of the day, Maine has one of the best e-waste programs in the state, or in the country, excuse me. And it might not be the cheapest, but it is one of the most effective because we collect more because of the convenience and the simplicity of the program. LD 1208 seems to want to make wholesale changes to that program that don't support the existing structure, but seek to actually replace it with another EPR mechanism that puts the pricing and the management of said program with the producers. And there's a couple of reasons why Casella stands in opposition to that. Personally, I'm going to testify in front of this committee several times, and you're always going to hear me talk about the same kind of core principles. Work within support the existing state's waste management and recycling infrastructure. Encourage more recycling of materials. Hold the producers' feet to the fires to hold them accountable for putting more recycled content into their products that are sold in Maine, and not to increase the fees and the cost to the local level. And in that, and in reading LD 1208, it seems like it does a little bit of all of that. It does seem to seek to undo Maine's existing e-waste law and replace it with an infrastructure with no alternative infrastructure. It sets up a system where the producers have sole control over the pricing, and we all know how unstable and uncontrollable market pricing can be. It proposes to run the same program throughout the state at lower costs, and it transfers the logistical and financial burden in many ways down to the municipalities to control the collection and consolidation, packaging, palleting, and storage of these events. So with that, it also includes a loophole that undermines the entire program by saying that any producer can meet their program requirements via out of program participation. So to that end, we think that an ought not to pass vote should come to the committee. And I thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Wright. Appreciate your testimony as always. Could you give us, maybe for the work session, more data about how we are among the best e-waste recyclers? Because that's terrific to hear. And the other part of that is it seems like there are some rulemaking. The department itself has acknowledged that there are some things that could be improved. And so even though we may be the best, do you agree that there are areas to improve? And what are they?
I think, and you probably won't hear this from a representative of Casella very often, but I think we're kind of in lockstep with the DEP on this. All programs need regular review. The system's been around since the law was passed in 2004. We started collecting, really had our first data in 2006. And I think that the necessary oversight for regulatory review is absolutely necessary. Is the program perfect? Probably not. And I do believe that, as Mr. Benesky said, the DEP is working through the rulemaking process to try to make things a little bit better and more favorable. But when I hear, the data that was put forth by Mr. Alcorn and Mr. Picard about the expensiveness of Maine's program, and that being kind of the key objective for the producers is to lower cost. It's expensive to do business in Maine. I think we all know that. I think we're all ultimately looking for ways to help make that more business friendly and to open up more opportunity for more development and private business. But the fact of the matter remains is one of the reasons why it's so expensive, the program, is because it lacks the infrastructure and the volume to make it cheaper. So in trying to run the same program with limited funds, we're ignoring the fact that convenience is one of the reasons why we have such a high collection rate. If a municipality or a small business or a nonprofit want to have an e-waste collection event, they make a phone call, they schedule it, it happens. There's no fees, there's no anticipation of tonnage, and it's easy. No questions asked, just drive through, drop off, etc. And if we change that, and if we limit that, we're going to go back to what this bill sought to correct, which is creating another spider web of unnecessary levels of expense and confusion, and dumping stuff on your buddy's woodlot again, because that's where it's the easiest place to get rid of your TV is down the hill over the patch off of Route 11. And that's something we really don't want to see happen at all. So as far as looking at data, we'll do that.
Yeah. Okay, you know my neighborhood well. Thank you very much. Appreciate your information.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Wright. Very, very interesting testimony, and it's good to hear, where you think the strengths are in the program. What happens when our local Rotary, when they have their e-waste events and we take things there, the things that aren't appropriate to be dropped off, what happens with those things? I'm just curious.
So I don't think they'll take them. I think they send them back because they're trained and they know what programs, they know the covered products are included. So if I come up and I try to hand, Mike my cell phone, he's not going to take it and put it on the pallet. I mean, it's very clear, as I think it was Mr. Benesky said, the e-waste collectors and consolidators in the state are trained. They know what the law is and their people are trained. If we're going to pass that down to municipal levels with, maybe just transfer stations collecting stuff with untrained professionals, and not to say that they don't already collect, but most of that stuff runs through the town with the e-waste collection program. But if you're going to have a public event with untrained people, there's no telling what kind of things. And I think that's one of the concerns of the producers as well, is that they're getting charged for things that aren't really covered in the program, which is another reason to kind of review the way we're looking at things, but not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak.
Any additional questions for Ms. Wright? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. Everyone have a great afternoon or morning.
As well. All right, and I don't see Ms. Nichols. Is there anyone else in the attendee space here to speak in opposition to the legislation? If you could raise your hand. And I'm not seeing anyone. If there's anyone there to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand. All right, not seeing anyone. So that will end our public hearing for LD 1208. And Representative Bailey is in the middle of a little moment, so we're going to pass on hearing 1367 for the minute, and we're going to move on to LD 911. Sorry for jumping around, friends. Just trying to accommodate everybody's schedules. So LD 911 is an act to prohibit the reception of foreign waste plastics in Maine ports. And we will look to Representative Falkingham to join us to introduce his bill. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Representative Billy Bob Falkingham, and I am here to present LD 911, an act to prohibit reception of foreign waste plastics in Maine ports. This bill prohibits on navigable waters in the state receiving from a vessel plastic waste originating from another jurisdiction or country. According to Maine Public Radio, 5,000 pounds of plastic waste was spilled in Penobscot Bay on December 2nd, but it was kept private until a man walking his dog on Sears Island 6 days later noticed chunks of plastic that had washed up on shore. He alerted local journalist Ethan Andrews, who put photos of the plastic on Facebook. That is when I became aware of the ludicrous practice of shipping shredded plastic trash from Northern Ireland to Penobscot Bay was occurring. The amount of plastic that washed upon the shores and its nearly 3,000-mile journey from Europe was perplexing to many Mainers. The shredded plastic from Northern Ireland was destined to be burned at the Orrington Waste Electricity Plant, came here as part of a trial run, delivering about 500 tons of material to Maine from during the 5 or 6 month period. It's time for this experiment to end. We don't need to continue the practice of using Maine as a dump for trash from outside our state. We have enough trash of our own. Importing trash from without importing trash from elsewhere. Receiving trash from Europe is especially ludicrous considering the cost and carbon output to ship 3,000 miles across the ocean. Europe needs to handle its own plastic problem and stop literally dumping it in Maine. Maine is well known for its pristine environment and clean waters. We are an environmental destination for people from all over the world. Our clean waters provide the best tasting and sustainably managed fisheries in the world. Our boating, kayaking, and sightseeing opportunities are second to none. Too much damage has already been done to risk our waters and bays is too high, and we have more than enough plastic waste already without importing trash from foreign countries. I hope you will stop the practice of dumping foreign trash on Maine's shores and support LD 911 with an ought to pass vote. Thank you for your consideration. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Falkingham. Representative Dudera has a question for you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Representative Falkingham, for bringing this forward, because as you know, my district 94, that Sears Island spill has impacted our coastline, folks on Islesboro finding plastic washed up, and it's distressing to say the very least. So I really appreciate it. One question I have about this is, have you looked in, or did you get an opinion as to the constitutionality of this? Is it legit to say we're not going to take any foreign waste? Just wondering that point. Thank you.
As far as that goes, the way I see it, the state oversees waste policy and permits disposal of waste. So I think it's well within the state's purview to make a decision in this way.
Okay. Sorry about that. Lost the cursor. Representative Gramlich has a question.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Falkingham, for bringing this issue to our committee and to our attention. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm curious if you had done any kind of work around in the event that this gets passed, how such a piece of legislation would be enforced.
Well, that's a really good question that I don't have all the answers to that, but I know that when shipments of anything come into our ports, it's well documented and well managed in that regard. So I'm sure the enforcement capabilities would be there.
Representative Siegler.
Two things. you're aware of construction debris coming into the state from Massachusetts, and there are issues about the interstate commerce law, I assume. So even though DEP does have the ability to deal with solid waste issues, that, you know, you're talking about international and intranational law. And the other thing, in reading Alexander Forsley's comments, that you understand that when a vessel comes into a port, it's generated waste on that vessel. It's not transporting it from outside. If you do not allow them to offload that, then they have to carry that somewhere else, which causes a problem for the ship's crew. So if this were to go forward, I would like to see you amend your bill so that any trash that's generated on the ship be allowed to be offloaded.
Yeah, I understand the question. And I agree with you there. You're talking about the trash that the crew produces on the journey across, that they can throw it in the trash can, basically.
Yes, to answer that, that's correct, because you can't throw trash overboard anymore. There are international laws, and in some places you can't burn. Yes, so I would like to see that amended.
Right. And to your other point that you brought up earlier on, I think it's especially a dangerous situation to be transporting trash across the waters anyway, because it's a totally different environment than on land. So it's a practice that I'm not really too fond of doing in any circumstance.
Representative Tucker has a question for you.
Hello, Representative. How are you?
Good morning. Great. How are you?
I'm fine. In preparing this bill, have you consulted with former Representative Dick Campbell of Orrington?
No, I haven't.
You might want to do that.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative Tucker?
No.
All right. Any additional questions for Representative Falkingham? All right. Thank you so much for joining. All right. I believe next we have Ms. Clark from the DEP. Welcome, Ms. Clark. Are you with us? We can hear, oh, there you are. Welcome.
Good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm Paula Clark of the Department of Environmental Protection, speaking neither for nor against LD 911 this morning. This bill would add a new element to the general prohibition section of the waste management statutes in Title 38, providing that a port on navigable waters in the state may not receive from a vessel plastic waste originating from another jurisdiction or country. We've identified several issues related to matters that could affect implementation of the bill if the committee should decide to proceed with it. First, to avoid any confusion, we would recommend that the term plastic waste be defined in the context of this prohibition, since it is possible that certain plastic materials might be designated as fuel at some point during their handling or shipping. It's clear that Maine would handle such material as waste, but I think that the issue here is that it could be confusing for others if they were designated as fuels. Secondly, the term another jurisdiction should be defined, As written, it could mean another state, county, municipality, or any other type of jurisdictional division. Third, prohibiting the receipt of plastic waste from other states may run afoul of the Interstate Commerce Clause, as was mentioned earlier this morning. And finally, international treaties and agreements, such as those of the Basel Convention and the OECD, could possibly affect or preempt the provisions of the bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. Although bullets 3 and 4 raise potentially complicated questions that would require further legal analysis to address, I'm happy to answer any questions that I might be able to.
Does the committee have any questions for Ms. Clark? Yes, Representative Dudera.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Clark, for being here. Can you give us an update since it was the Sprague spill that prompted Representative Falkingham's bill? Can you just give us a quick update as to where that is right now so that we know whether it's being handled adequately, with or without legislation? I mean, thank you.
The spill was cleaned up. The department worked with Sprague on the plastics. The plastics were removed from the harbor. My understanding, you would have to talk with PERC, obviously, to get their take on this. But my understanding at this point is that they are not taking in additional plastic waste. And so there have not been additional shipments to Sprague. And finally, I would add that the department did take enforcement action against Sprague for that spill for water quality violations.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. So you said PERC is not taking in additional waste, and that's as a result of the Sprague spill. And I realize that that's not, it's not really fair to make you speak for PERC, but is that because they see the gravity of what happened, or they're overwhelmed, or just any ideas you could have on that? Thanks.
I couldn't tell you with any certainty what the reasons are, what PERC's reasons are for not accepting additional foreign plastic waste. I know that they were very concerned when the spill happened, but beyond that, I wouldn't be able to add anything about their reasons for not accepting additional waste.
Any other questions for Ms. Clark? All right, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
So moving on to folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of LD 911, if you could raise your hand and we'll bring you over. Not seeing any. If you're here to speak in opposition to LD 911, if you could raise your hand. All right, not seeing any. I will point out that there are a number of folks that have submitted written testimony that I'm not sure are here to testify in person for the committees to be aware of. And if you're here to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand. I believe Mr. Goldberg is here and we'll bring him over. And then that's the last person I have on my list. So if you're here to speak for the legislation, if you could raise your hand so we know you're over there, that would be great. That wormhole's taking some time. Where are you, Mr. Goldberg? There he is. Sometimes it's a long delay, huh? Good morning. You made it through.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And good morning as well. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 911 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. Our members are adamantly committed to eliminating plastics entirely from the waste stream, and this bill seems counter to that goal. I'm sorry, not counter. This seems in line with that goal. There's already enough plastic in Maine's waste stream that if we were to allow more into the state, that would obviously be ill-advised. We're having troubles, municipalities, managing the plastic that's already in the state, and we should be prioritizing that waste ahead of foreign waste from other jurisdictions. However, with that said, there are some noted potential problems that this bill could create. First, our members do use plastic waste for some purposes like asphalt, playgrounds, as well as the potential to maybe one day capitalize off of it in their own recycling infrastructure. And so eliminating it entirely, especially from maybe our state neighbors, New Hampshire and Massachusetts, could present problems down the line. But either way, whatever this committee decides, it does send a message. Are we a state that wants to eliminate it from our waste stream, plastic foreign waste, or are we a state that wants to try to capitalize and use it? So thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Does the committee have any questions for Mr. Goldberg? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. And anybody else in the attendee space here to speak neither for nor against the legislation, if you could raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so that'll end our public hearing for LD 911. Thank you, Representative Falkingham, for joining us. And we
Good seeing you guys. Thanks for having me.
Take care. All right, and next up, we're going to move on to LD 1415. And I don't see, let's see if our sponsor's here yet. Sabrina, are you able to find out whether Senator Breen will be coming to present 1415? Sabrina, are you able to, did you hear my question? Okay. She's reaching out to Senator Breen. We'll see if we can. We could move on to our own Representative Dudera's bill while we're waiting. Let's see. Oh, she's logging in now. Great. So we'll let her. She's got a busy day in AFA, so we'll get her in and out. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
While we're waiting, Senator, we could read the title. It'll take a little while to do that.
Wonderful idea. Okay. LD 1367, an act to create a grant program to promote innovation in municipal carbon reduction initiatives. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Sorry. We're hearing LD 1415, which is a much longer title. An act regarding minor revisions to existing site location permits, exemptions for rerouting stormwater, and exemptions for new construction or modification of an existing licensed development under the site location of development laws. So that is the bill we are going to hear next. And we're just waiting for Senator Breen. Okay, she's going to be a minute. So let's go ahead and skip 1415, and we're going to circle around to Representative Dudera's bill. My apologies for all of the shifting this morning. So Representative Dudera is here to present 1467, which is an act to promote a circular economy through increased post-consumer recycled plastic content in plastic beverage containers. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm glad that you gave me the heads up a few minutes ago. That prompted me to get my testimony in front of me. So I'm actually all set. Greetings, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and wonderful members of the best Joint Standing Committee in the legislature, the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Representative Vicky Dudera, represent House District 94, the towns of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport, and I'm here today to introduce LD 479, an act to promote a circular economy through increased post-consumer recycled plastic content in plastic beverage containers. We all remember the famous line from The Graduate when Benjamin Braddock is told that there's a great future in plastics. Indeed, the growth of plastics production in the past 65 years has dramatically outpaced any other manufactured material. As we on this committee know, the same properties that make plastics so versatile in so many ways make these materials difficult or impossible for our environment to absorb. Without well-crafted management strategies for end-of-life plastics, our planet stands to accumulate billions of metric tons of material across all major terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. The bill before you is one management strategy, focusing on one important piece of the plastics pie, plastic beverage bottles. We're in the midst of a plastic bottle explosion, and this alone is an environmental crisis. Back in 2004, beverage companies produced 239 billion plastic bottles. That total had more than doubled by 2017 to 494 billion. and the trend continues with plastic bottle production predicted to hit 594 billion by 2022. That means bottlers will be churning out more than 1.6 billion plastic bottles every day. While most bottles and other plastic items are made of recyclable polyethylene terephthalate, or PET, the problem is that very little of the material has been returned for reprocessing or reuse. Of all the plastics produced since the 1950s, just 9.5% were recycled, with the rest either incinerating or piling up in landfills and the natural environment. According to the Container Recycling Institute, the average amount of recycled plastic in beverage containers is woefully small, only 7.5%. And Americans waste more than 2 times the amount of plastic bottles that we recycle. Here's the good news. We have the ability here in Maine to address this environmental crisis, this plastic bottle explosion, through the bill before you by focusing on the same plastic beverage containers currently covered in our bottle bill. Not only that, but we can benefit our municipalities, waste haulers, sorting facilities, recycling processors, and beverage manufacturers at the same time. LD 1467 is legislation that has been crafted with one of our leading environmental groups, the Natural Resources Council of Maine, along with the Trade Association for Maine's local distributors of soda, bottled water, and juices, the Maine Beverage Association. We have studied and sought the input of bottle manufacturers, big and small. This bill is a compromise, hammered out over several years, that takes into consideration most, if not all, of the stakeholders involved. It's a compromise that recognizes this sobering fact. Using recycled PET plastic to make new containers, instead of using new virgin PET plastic, not only reduces the volume of plastics in our oceans, woods, beaches, and backyards, but can cut carbon pollution by as much as 67%. LD 1467 creates a minimum post-consumer recycled content requirement, PCR, for all plastic beverage containers sold in Maine, beginning with a 25% PCR by 2026 and increasing to 30% by 2031. The choice of 2026 and 2031 was one of the first compromises. We had been targeting a year earlier, but in a world still reeling from the pandemic, the dates stipulated in the bill give manufacturers plenty of time to move toward the post-consumer recycled plastic content requirements. And in fact, many manufacturers have already pledged to work towards these goals. The bill allows manufacturers to define their own reporting region or territory, whether it is Maine specific or a region or territory that includes Maine. This was an important consideration for the bottle manufacturers who operate in vast markets and was again another compromise. It also gives large manufacturers the ability to have their distributors submit their reports if desired. The agency overseeing this bill is our Department of Environmental Protection, and in drafting it, the stakeholders and I have been mindful of their responsibilities, time, and budget, and we met often and early with DEP to hear their concerns. Consequently, the bill gives DEP discretion whenever possible. For instance, the department may form an advisory committee to measure and report the manufacturer's Maine-specific information, or it can contract with a third-party entity to do so. The bill allows the department to set the manufacturer's registration fees and offset any costs through those fees. It gives the department the discretion to assess penalties against a manufacturer that fails to comply with the requirements, and it gives them a calculation to do so if they wish. It also gives them the ability to grant waivers at the request of manufacturers who may suffer anomalous marking conditions, like maybe a worldwide pandemic, or a disruption in the supply of post-consumer recycled plastic. The department is required to report to this committee their collected data and any recommendations, but they may include the report in their annual update of existing product stewardship programs in accordance with existing statute. The plastics problem is vast and growing, and it can really seem insurmountable. But I come to you today feeling very hopeful because Maine has the opportunity to tackle a big part of this problem using a common sense approach that benefits not only our environment, but our economy as well. We can make our state an environmental leader on this issue while still supporting beverage manufacturers and distributors. You have before you one of the strategies to reduce plastic pollution, and I hope you'll join me in voting ought to pass on LD 479 and act to promote a circular economy through increased post-consumer recycled plastic content in plastic beverage containers. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Dudera. Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Dudera, for bringing this really important issue before our committee. I know you've done a lot of work on this, and I really appreciate the collaboration with our stakeholders, invested parties. I have just a couple of questions, and I read the bill and I reviewed it earlier, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. One is just a point of maybe clarification. Can you help us understand how you came to those benchmarks in terms of 25% in 2026 and 30% in 2031? And embedded in that, did you have conversation in terms of how recycled plastic is ultimately impacting our environment versus virgin plastic? Those are kind of two questions, but related.
Sure. The benchmarks that we came up with have been done in conversations with a kind of a growing movement around the country. California, Washington, other states are doing this, and bottle manufacturers are trying to get to certain benchmarks. It's a little ambitious, but it's very doable for them. And they've certainly got the time to do it. In terms of your question about, I think you're basically asking what's better, virgin plastic or recycled plastic. Everything that I have read through Plastics Free America site, and I mean, everything I've researched has shown that this is the way to go to continue to be using recycled plastic, that virgin plastic and even just producing the pellets for virgin plastic is in much more of an environmental toll. Somebody coming down the line may have more specifics. Ms. Nichols from NRCM, perhaps.
Just follow up if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Dudera. I suppose for folks on this committee, it's probably no surprise that I don't think one plastic is better than another, but that's a different bill, maybe for a different conversation. I was more curious, Representative, about the implications of the product on the environment. So in terms of, let's face it, Representative Falkingham just had a bill in to talk about waste and plastic waste. Do we have any data that identifies the implications of virgin plastic on our environment versus recycled plastic? Is more pointed to what I was curious about.
Sure. Well, I'll get some more data on that, but from what I have read, I mean, there's a cost to producing the virgin plastics that is a much more of an environmental toll than using recycled. And I mean, it just makes sense that if we stop producing virgin bottles or produce fewer virgin bottles and we are reusing what we already have, there's less in the environment.
And that's where I do appreciate that. That's kind of where I was trying to get to. So I appreciate it. One final question, and then I promise I will be done, I think.
No, good question. Thank you.
I'm just curious, and I think you just kind of alluded to it in your answer, Representative, in terms of this bill aims at the goal of producing less virgin plastic, but is there anything else embedded in your bill that specifically identifies decreasing the overall use of plastics?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good question. I think I'll think about that some more. I mean, I think the whole bill is designed to decrease the overall use of plastics. That is the thrust of the whole bill. It's also designed to close the loop and create, the more circular economy so that there's more of a supply and demand for recycled plastic. You know, PET is one of the markets that's doing fairly well, but it could use a boost. And by requiring the manufacturers to use more PET, that creates, you know, that kind of a circular, I hate to say the same expression again, but it creates a loop so that we are recycling more. And, you know, some of these manufacturers are really trying to get to where they don't produce any new bottles. But, you know, we're trying to accommodate everybody to make things work for the companies that are out there really trying to, you know, be incredibly ambitious, and those that are not quite there yet, and strike a balance that is a bit ambitious, but doable.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Representative Hanley has a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Dugara. This is an interesting bill. A few questions, if I may. Does the technology exist to mingle a recycled plastic and still get the same product? And maybe someone coming behind you can answer that. I mean, is that an issue? And just something we should discuss, you know?
I hear what you're saying. I believe for what, you know, they're doing this already. So I believe that technology is there. I do know from a different, more broader bill 2 years ago that mingling a plastic such as what's on a bottle cap and what's in a bottle, that's not possible. But I believe for the bottles themselves, it's already being done. So we'll follow up on that with somebody coming later. Good question.
Okay. Yeah, and these are questions really, if someone coming later, that maybe they'll hear them and answer them for us. But also, has there been any study or discussion about the energy use, virgin versus recycled? You know, by the time you collect a bottle and transport it and grind it up and put it back into the stream, are you using more energy to produce a recycled bottle than a virgin bottle? Is there any numbers or research on that? And I know if you can't answer it, we'll let someone else come along and answer it for us. Thank you, though.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Everything I have read has pointed to the recycling being better than virgin. And I will look for more information on that. And I'm sure probably somebody coming later has got an idea on that too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for Representative Dudera? All right, not seeing any. I will invite Ms. Clark from the DEP back. Thank you, Representative. Welcome, Ms. Clark. You're on mute.
My apologies. One of these days I'll stop doing that. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm Paula Clark of the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management, Division of Materials Management, speaking in support of LD 1467, which would set minimum post-consumer recycled content requirements for plastic beverage bottles, supporting the increased use of recycled materials consistent with the goals of Maine's solid waste management hierarchy. While the department supports the goals of the bill and certainly the increased use of recycled materials, there are several provisions of the bill, particularly those addressing compliance and enforcement, that we would like to point out and would recommend modifying to ensure clarity and consistency in implementation. The administrative processes, some of the administrative processes proposed in the bill, particularly those related to penalty assessments, penalty reduction, and waiver application reviews, and reviews of post-consumer recycled plastic requirements, are quite complex and would require significant staff resources to accomplish. An alternative approach would be to rely on some of the existing enforcement authorities and mechanisms currently used in various programs department-wide, rather than create new program-specific administrative mechanisms, resulting in a simpler and less resource-intensive structure. Although the bill appears to anticipate that administration of the program will be funded through annual reporting fees from manufacturers, penalties for noncompliance with standards, and recovery of costs for processing penalty waiver requests, it is not clear how much revenue would in fact be generated. The proposed definition of manufacturer can be interpreted in several ways, making it somewhat unclear which and how many manufacturers would be participating in the program. Further, it is not possible to determine penalty amounts that may be assessed in the future. We would be happy to work with the sponsor to prepare proposed alternative language addressing some of these issues for possible consideration in a work session. Representative Dudera and I have actually talked about this a bit, and I do look forward to discussing it further to see if we can come to some agreement on what might work in the context of the bill. The department is currently participating in a working group formed by the Northeast Recycling Council and the Northeast Waste Management Officials Association that is focused on drafting model legislation for minimum post-consumer recycled content for plastic film and plastic containers, for which there is currently less market demand than PET. LD 1467 establishes a solid starting point for requiring recycled content in plastics. The department will be evaluating the results of the NERC and NUMOA work to develop any appropriate recommendations concerning future minimum recycled content standards in Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning in support of LD 1467. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you again for joining us. Any questions for Ms. Clark? All right, not seeing any. We'll ask for folks in the attendee space who are here to speak in favor of the legislation to raise their hands. We'll bring Sarah Nichols over. Thank you so much, Ms. Clark, for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Hi, good morning, everybody. So Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Sarah Nichols, and I'm the Sustainable Maine Director for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. And I do want to apologize for missing the e-waste hearing this morning. I was listening in, but I was doing a presentation on waste policy for the Maine Resource Recovery Association. So anyway, now I'm here to present to you and speak in honor of, in support of LD 1467. So we at NRCM support this bill because it will help bolster recycling markets by increasing demand for post-consumer recycled plastic, which includes material collected by Maine's very successful beverage container redemption program, which is the Bottle Bill. But overall, we strongly support initiatives to reduce the volume of disposable plastic packaging in society, really getting to what Representative Ramlich was talking about earlier. The impacts of plastics on the environment and human health are well established. At every stage of the plastic life cycle, from production to disposal, there are significant human health impacts that disproportionately affect economically and socially disadvantaged people. The production and incineration of plastic alone produces more than 850 million metric tons of greenhouse gases, equal to the emissions of 189 500 megawatt coal power plants. And of the 380 million tons of plastic produced each year, 40% is used for packaging. It's estimated that there are 150 million metric tons of plastic in the marine environment already. And every year we add about 8 million metric tons more. And these are just a few of the reasons why we need to reduce our reliance on plastic and pursue more reusable and refillable beverage containers. However, we do have a lot of disposable plastic containers, and we need to do a much better job at managing that waste. One of the key strategies to reduce the need to create new products from virgin plastic is to recycle the plastic that we already have. And according to the Association of Plastics Recyclers, using recycled PET, the number one plastic, to make new containers instead of using new virgin PET cuts carbon pollution by 67%. I believe that might answer one of Representative Hanley's questions. And unfortunately, recycled PET is 20 to 25% more expensive for beverage manufacturers to purchase than virgin fossil fuel derived PET plastic. This cost differential is why a minimum post-consumer recycled content standard is needed. It's really to level the playing field for beverage companies and drive demand for recycled plastic over cheap virgin plastic. So for recycling to work, the material that's being dutifully tossed into the recycling bin needs to have a market or value in the supply chain. And even better, the material being recycled should be of high value, meaning that it's clean and free of contamination. And that's why this policy supports our bottle bill, which I like to refer to as the gold star of recycling programs. It means bottle bill gets the highest return rate and the cleanest material when compared to municipal recycling programs. This clean material is what can most readily be turned back into another bottle versus downcycled into a rug or building materials or textiles. Policies like the one proposed by LD 1467 can help drive the need for more recycling programs with less contamination, which is what we need to do to move us closer to an economy where products become the raw materials for manufacturing new products, which we're calling the circular economy. So I'd like to see the state of Maine take more steps to reduce unneeded plastic packaging, but that's a bill or bills for another day. LD 1467 is good recycling policy, similar to laws already enacted in California and soon to be Washington and the European Union. And, one way I'd like to describe my interest in this bill is using the Most Interesting Man, Dos Equis guy commercial. So I don't always drink out of plastic beverage containers, but if I do, I want them to be made with recycled plastic. So thank you for your consideration of my comments, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Representative Dudera has a question for you.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, in all the meetings we have had, how come you never told me that very funny little anecdote?
Oh, I have not. Oh, I even have a meme and everything made up. I'll send it to you.
All right, I actually do have a question for you. Representative Hanley was asking, and I'm not sure if he's still here around or not. You brought up about the recycled plastic can help cut carbon pollution 67% as opposed to the new virgin plastic. But he's talking about energy use, and he's taking into account too sort of the trucking of recycling. Have you seen any statistics on that? Thank you.
I'll have to look, thank you for the question. But I'll have to look at the details of the study that they did, but I think it is all tied to the energy use, that's how they got the reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. But I'll just take a deeper look. I haven't read it probably since the last time we talked about this bill, and I've just been using the stat. So I'll definitely do that for work session.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Nichols? Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. And next up is Newell Auger, and then Elizabeth Balkin, Mike Knoll, and then Peter De Pasquale. Welcome, Mr. Auger. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Senator Brenner, members of the committee. My apologies that my allergies have caused my voice to sort of fall an octave and crack. So, but that is not reflective of my association's support for this bill. Again, my name is Newell Auger. I'm a lawyer with Pierce Atwood. I live in Representative Bell's district, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1467. In my written comments, I put this paragraph at the end, but I think it probably belongs at the top, which is simply just to thank Representative Dudera and Sarah Nichols for reaching out to our association and engaging us in this discussion. And I do believe that over the many times that we met, bringing in several different consultants as well, the legislation you have before you is a product of a very thoughtful and meaningful negotiation, and I think that's why it will stand the test of time. I want to speak, I guess, to a couple issues rather than repeating some of the great points that the representative and Sarah have made. One of the things we aimed to do at every step in the process was to, and I think Representative Dudera alluded to it, was to give the DEP flexibility An example of that is in the penalty section, when if a penalty is assessed, if there is a manufacturer that believes that a waiver is appropriate for that manufacturer for any number of different reasons, a global pandemic, the lack of supply through no fault of their own, through arrangements they might have had with an RPET supplier, if they want to seek that penalty, they can do so, or seek waiver of the penalty. They can do so, but they are obligated to cover the DEP's costs to evaluate the merits of that waiver. So again, that another example of where we're trying to give the DEP as much flexibility and support as possible. I guess I'd also just say, as an outset point, that America's beverage companies are committed to reducing their carbon footprint. We do use plastic, but we are committed to get every bottle that we make back and to make it into a new bottle. That's why all of the bottles that Pepsi and Coke and Poland Spring and Polar and others and Keurig Dr. Pepper make are made from material that is 100% recyclable. And those companies have made investments in excess of hundreds of millions of dollars to get every bottle back, and we are committed to doing that and reducing our carbon footprint, not just in terms of how the bottles are made, but how thick they're made, how we transport them, the water we use, et cetera. So we're very proud to be part of this, bill, or proud of the discussions in this bill, and proud to support it. I think Representative Dudera alluded to the individual goals that some of the companies have set. PepsiCo has a goal to use 25% recycled content by 2025, and that includes their food lines, Frito-Lay and others. Coca-Cola will introduce a 13.2 ounce Coke bottle that's made of 100% RPET that's already in circulation. I believe Pete DePasquale from Poland Spring and Brew Triton brands is going to speak after, but they're also have a similar commitment for Poland Spring. And Keurig Dr. Pepper is committed to making or converting, I should say, to 100% recyclable or compostable packaging by 2025. So these are all goals that have been set. They are not going to be easy to meet. I will say that freely. The virgin, or I should say, I think as Sarah alluded to, the virgin plastics are cheaper than recycled plastic. I can get back to you, Representative Hanley, on the energy use issue, but clearly recycled plastic is more expensive. And that comes from everything from the shipping to the processing to the fact that, and I think we have provided some information Representative Bramwick's bill LD40 earlier, just the life cycle of a plastic bottle, roughly about 25 times. That adjusts depending upon the mix and any particles that get into that mix. But that is part of the recycled plastics continuum, if you will. And there's not enough to meet the demands of the industry right now. I think also Sarah alluded to the fact that the vast majority of it is used for non-food grade applications like carpeting, fiber for clothing. So all of the companies in this association have made the commitment that they've made, I should say, and are making in supporting this bill is a significant one, because it means that they're really going to have to change what the continuum is and improve and create resources to collect this material and then convert it to a pellet, an RPET material that we can use to make new bottles. But having said that, the fact that the challenge is difficult, it behooves the importance of legislation like this, quite frankly, and we need to modernize our systems to make more recyclable material collected in a more efficient manner, and we believe this is an important part of that effort. So With that, I'd happy to take any questions and appreciate the committee's time.
Thank you so much. Before we pass it on to questions, Representative Tucker, I'm going to pass the chair role over to you. I have to step out for a minute to AFA.
Okay. Does anybody have a question for Mr. Auger? Jeff Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Representative Tucker. Mr. Auger, thank you for your testimony. You heard my question about energy use, and if it's any way to measure that, is it significant or minor? If you could help us answer that question in the future. Also, the 25 and 30% goals, are they unattainable or just really hard to get to, or should they be adjusted?
I appreciate the question. Let me answer the second one first. I think if they were impossible, Representative, we wouldn't have agreed to them. And there is a provision in the law that was important for us. That was part of the California law. That was also part of the Washington law that will be that I believe awaits Governor Inslee's signature this week. That allows the department to make a departure downward for a significant disruption in the market. And I think Representative Dudera, in fact, alluded to it. I think when she came to us, her original goal was to have 25 by 25 and 30 by 30. And there's obviously a kind of a rhythm and rhyme to that. And that just as a result of the pandemic was just not an option because we've lost a complete year. I think we all have in all of our lives. So that provision is there for that reason. I can't look into a crystal ball and say, I'm absolutely sure we're going to hit it. But I think if we bring all of our efforts to bear, as I know all the companies are doing, there's a pretty good chance we will get there. And that's certainly the objective anyway. As to respect to the first question about the energy use, I don't want to quote you anything, but I will gather something for the work session and present it to you. We had some information, I think, in a response to request for information for LD 640 about the relative comparison between aluminum and plastic, but I'll get you some on virgin plastic versus recycled.
Yes, thank you. I mean, that question about energy, I bring that up because if we're going forward in one direction and backward in another, we ought to understand that dynamic. And if one thing we're going to try to accomplish really gets set backwards because of energy use, I mean, it would be nice to try to understand that.
Yeah, and that's really about the delta between processing the old plastic into new pellets or the creation of the new virgin plastic. I will say, and I think I already said it, the virgin is considerably less expensive, but I'm not absolutely sure if that's entirely related to energy use. So, but I'll get you some of that. I'll get you better information about that for the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the clerk if she could please bring over 3 supporters of the bill: Elizabeth Balkin, Mike Knoll, and Peter DiPasquale. Hello, how are you?
Hi. Hello, Chairwoman Brenner, Chairman Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Hello and good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Elizabeth Balkin. I am the America's Director of ReLoop, an international circular economy policy nonprofit that focuses heavily on packaging. With respect to the bills before you today, I am here to voice support for LD 1467 and share with you some ideas based on our experience in other jurisdictions to make this a successful initiative. Now more than ever, there is a need to stimulate investment and address deficient recycling markets. As Representative Dudera mentioned, beverage containers are one piece of the plastics pie. However, while they rank in the top 5 types of beach litter, with cigarette butts and film used in things like chip bags, outranking them by unit number, by weight and volume, beverage containers make up almost 80% of what turns up on shorelines. By legally requiring producers to use a minimum amount of recycled material in packaging, recycled content or PCR mandates are one of the most effective mechanisms to drive demand for material recycling, irrespective of the price of virgin material. We are seeing a sharp rise in the exploration of these mandates as a policy tool, especially for PET beverage containers across the US and internationally. Directives have been put in place in Europe and California. In the last 6 months, New Jersey, Oregon, and Washington all introduced standalone bills. If we could achieve this without legislation and through market forces alone, it would already have been done, given the fact that so many producers have made recycled content commitments. The reality is that achieving a minimum amount of recycled content in certain packaging types requires legislation. LD 1467 holds the capacity to bring Maine closer to a high-performing closed-loop recycling system. We have provided in our submitted written testimony specific recommendations for the rulemaking process to ensure that the law achieves its full intended impact. But in summary, the success of PCR mandates can be measured by their capability to increase demand for and prices of recycled material, promising long-term recycling market growth and stability. The long-term success of this bill may depend on supportive tangential legislation that addresses the full range of systemic issues and creates multiple reinforcing streams of demand for material recycling. For example, upholding and strengthening Maine's bottle bill so that it follows best-in-class design principles is imperative for successful implementation of recycled content mandates. We consistently find that jurisdictions with high bottle-to-bottle recycling rates for beverage containers have modern deposit return systems. This is because cost-effective use of recycled material content depends on access to high volumes of uncontaminated collected material. Likewise, deposit systems provide much of the same infrastructure and logistics needed to transition away from single-use plastic towards refillables, which I heard one of the representatives say is ultimately the long-term goal. Just as we hope our guiding principles can serve as useful and planning tools, we hope LD 1467 can serve as a template for replication beyond Maine. We support this bill and hope to see it pass swiftly. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Yes, I'm looking for hands here. Thank you, Ms. Balkin. I appreciate your testimony. Is Mr. Noel here?
Hi there, Representative.
Hello, Mr. Noel. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Absolutely, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Noel. I am the Governmental Affairs Manager for TAMRA, where I focus on public policy related to the circular economy throughout North America. And I have a soft spot for Maine as we have a plastics, or so to say, a recycling processing facility in Portland there. So TAMRA is here today in full support of LD 1467. That is because less than 2% of the plastic produced globally is effectively recycled in a closed loop, meaning into the same product or one of similar high quality. And this would send a strong signal to the market, incentivizing the collection and the recycling of plastic in Maine and the region. We support the legislature for taking on this endeavor. It's being proposed in other states and has been implemented elsewhere, as discussed, California, the EU, and Washington State, to name a few. Just to give some background on TAMRA, we provide collection technology in the form of reverse vending machines to retailers and redemption centers to incentivize recycling in the state's deposit program, known as the bottle bill. We provide can and bottle pickup services on behalf of beverage distributors. And we, the other half of our business is developing and providing optical sorting technology to material recycling facilities or MRFs that help to sort and improve the quality of recyclables that the public in Maine collects for recycling. We do that type of business in over 80 countries around the world as well. And in Albany, New York, we actually jointly own a PET plastic reclamation facility, essentially helping to increase the feedstock of recycled material in the Northeast. With respect to the bills before you, requiring recycled content would provide recyclers with the certainty they need to invest in the circular economy. So the commodity value and the demand for post-consumer recycled plastic varies, which from the perspective of a business interested in scaling up plastics recycling can make long-term investments more risky. A firm requirement from the state for manufacturers to utilize more recycled content would send a ripple effect through the region's recycling industry. Manufacturers would make commitments to purchase the material from recycling facilities. And since there's limited supply of high quality recycled PET and HDPE, the two most commonly utilized plastics for beverage containers, the commodity value of these recyclables would rise. This in turn would raise the incentive for processors and material recycling facilities to properly sort these types of plastics to maintain the material's high quality so they can be used in food grade beverage containers. Based on Tamra's own technology and our capabilities and experience with customers, we know this part of the process can be optimized to make bottle-to-bottle recycling possible. And this incentive would also raise the incentive for collection organizations and entrepreneurs to find better ways to collect more plastic and retain its material value throughout the collection process. So in conclusion, if that's my time that I hear dinging there, taken together, this would spark a circular economy around better managing plastic waste, where Maine uses the power of the market to implement positive environmental and economic outcomes. In our written testimony, we have a number of other comments about the specifics of this bill, including its implementation and how it applies elsewhere. But I'll spare you that unless there's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands up at this point. You have filed written testimony, right?
I have, yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Mr. De Pasquale.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Pete De Pasquale. I lead government affairs for Poland Spring. As many of you are aware, Poland Spring has been the industry leader with respect to the use of recycled content and trying to create markets for recycled content for many years. We stood before this committee last session, with Representative Dudera in support of the bill. At that point, there continued to be some industry concern from other beverage industries and other stakeholders. We've spent the better part of the last calendar year working with those stakeholders, as you've heard. Today, we're strongly supportive of the bill that's in front of you, and I do really want to take a moment to commend Representative Dudera on this work. It has been a real privilege to work in this in such a collaborative way. Mike's testimony that you just heard really summed up the policy rationale for post-consumer recycled content standards, why they are so important to drive the types of change we need. For us, right, circularity is the key to sustainable packaging. That means designing for recyclability and using recycled content. As we discussed a few weeks ago with LD 640, beverage containers in Maine are already highly recycled, but all too often that recycled content is being used in textiles, carpets, strapping, and other non-food contact applications. While it's great, I have a fleece that's made out of recycled bottles. It really doesn't represent circularity. It's still very linear. The bill before you is a really positive policy intervention that'll ensure more bottles are being recycled back into bottles. To address Representative Hanley's questions before, there is a significant kind of preeminent life cycle analysis study that looks at virgin material versus post-consumer recycled content. And it looks at a variety of economic indicators that include not only waste production, energy consumption, water use, acidification, smog, and others. And all of those environmental elements are considered in that life cycle analysis that ultimately wrap up to that 60% reduction number that Ms. Nichols referenced earlier today. And so in connection with the work session, we will gladly share that life cycle analysis. Again, really happy to be here and really happy to see this type of common sense legislation, progressive legislation before us today. Happy to answer any questions, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And we'll look around and see if we have any questions or comments here. I guess you have given such perfect testimony that there are no questions. Oh, here we go. Representative Dudera.
Thank you. I just wanted to pipe in and thank Mr. DePasquale, because he was very helpful 2 years ago when it was a kind of a crazy, chaotic thing. And I've appreciated the steady presence of him and Poland Spring to try to do the right thing on this whole, this whole issue. So anyway, I just wanted to pipe in and say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other persons who wish to speak in favor of this LD, of this bill? I don't see any hands. We'll now go to Carol Martell. I see Carol is on the screen. Ms. Martell, you can, well, there you are.
There I am. Sorry, I apologize. It's my first time testifying in Maine. It's also my first time testifying in front of this committee.
Well, it's very simple. All you have to do is introduce yourself and your organization, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Good. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, committee members, I've submitted written testimony. My name is Carol Martell. I'm the Northeast Council for Wine Institute. Wine Institute is a trade association of California wineries. We produce approximately 90% of all of the wine produced in the country, and 85% of that wine that we produce is certified California sustainable, which means we have very high environmental standards and including recyclability and recyclable content. Our opposition is not to this bill in its entirety. I personally support what I've heard this morning. Our opposition is very, very narrow, and it's only its impact on returnable, recyclable wine containers. And we're very fearful as an industry that we won't be able to meet those standards. I should mention at this time that while California has implemented recyclable content regulations that begin actually next year, PET plastic wine containers are not covered in that legislation. And what we're talking about specifically are the 187 milliliter small plastic bottles. They're usually the little 4-packs that you might see at your grocery store or at your convenience store, kind of grab and go things that people, they want wine at the beach or at a park or whatever. They're not breakable, and there's all sorts of reasons to grab plastic. It's a very niche market. One of the reasons that the huge majority of wine is bottled in glass is because it provides a very long shelf life, as opposed to plastic. It's a very minimum shelf life. Our wineries are currently using virgin resin. The makers of our bottles are currently working with other plastic manufacturers to develop and to use and to find a wine product that contains recyclable plastic. We think those goals are achievable at some point. All of our bottles are coated with a special coating that apparently disappears when it's being recycled, and it protects the wine from oxidation and provides a glass-like quality to the bottles. Right now, there's nothing on the market for us to use. Washington has imposed a similar standard for recyclable content bottles, but the implementation date for these 187 wine bottles does not even begin until 2028. We only sell a very small number of bottles here in the state of Maine. 49 of the 38,221 labels that are registered with DEP, that's 49 of them, are 187 ml wine bottles. So I'm talking about a very, very tiny number. We want to continue selling our product in Maine. The bill sets up a very onerous regulatory process for a very small production of bottles, and we would ask that you consider exempting this particular product from the legislation. And if not, please consider at least pushing back the effective date for PET wine bottles, as Washington has done. Again, you have my written testimony. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very well. Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Representative Tucker. Could you possibly have amendment language ready for the work session?
I'm happy to try to do that. I actually looked at the bill and tried to figure out how to draft an amendment to it, and I just felt overwhelmed and couldn't do that. And I know that you have an incredibly gifted staff. So yes, I will try to. I will definitely try to do that. Thank you.
Maybe if you worked with a sponsor, you might be able to come up with something.
I'm more than happy to do that. As a matter of fact, I've heard about like stakeholders getting together over the past 2 years. We were unaware that those conversations were taking place. And so I apologize for kind of appearing to come in at the last moment with our concerns. Certainly, had I known that this process was taking place, we would have jumped right in and tried to explain our position long before this bill had to come, came before your committee. But thank you. Yes, I will.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Martell, for your testimony. And are you part of the Maine Beverage Association?
No, we are not. We're Wine Institute. As far as I understand it, the Maine Beverage Association is just soda, non-alcoholic beverages. I could be wrong on that. Newell could correct me. So no, Wine Institute report, no.
Well, I apologize that you weren't included, and probably you would have made our meetings more fun.
Oh, sure.
Because you're right. Sports drinks and juices is, now that I think of it, is under the Beverage Association. I do have a question for you, and I just received this morning, so it might be, I don't want to catch you off guard, but it might be something for a larger discussion. But I have heard about the FDA letters of non-objection for various processes for producing rPET. And so it almost seems like your argument and your objections may be already covered under these FDA list of conditions. So I'm gonna get this to you so you can see what I'm talking about. But are you aware of this at all?
I am not. I did a real quick study on the entire issue last week when I saw that the bill was up for public hearing. So I apologize. I'm kind of new to the issue and just trying as hard as I can to play catch up.
Great. Okay. Well, I think before we talk about drafting any amendments, it might be good. I'll send you this and I'll put you in touch with someone who's been very helpful on this whole process, and maybe we can have a discussion about whether this is kind of a moot point. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Thank you, Ms. Martell, for being here. I think I might know the answer, maybe anecdotally to this, but perhaps you can just elaborate. During your verbal testimony, you had identified the preference for the industry to use glass because shelf life. And I'm just curious if you could just elaborate on what that exactly means from your perspective and why you wouldn't want to use plastic.
So, traditionally, when wine had been always bottled in glass because it provides for a longer shelf life. I mean, you can keep wine for several years. I mean, and hundreds of years in some cases. And so we just traditionally always use that. But as environmental issues, keep in mind, our wineries are located in California. So not that they have a lock on environmental issues, but it's been a concern for many, many years. Our wine membership has always been looking for alternative products that would keep our wine palatable on the shelves, and also that would be more environmentally friendly. So they've looked toward, plastic. I'm not sure plastic was such a great decision, but they have looked toward pouches and boxed wine and Tetra Paks and those kinds of things, just as a means of accomplishing a much more environmentally friendly alternative. And I said that there were 49 plastic 187s in Maine. There are actually almost 200 glass 187s in Maine. So glass is definitely the preferred packaging. It's just that, we are in business. We're looking to satisfy consumer demands. We're looking for places that don't allow glass in their venue. I understand that airlines use plastic 187s as well, but glass is by far the preferred product as far as keeping wine fresh. Everything else is just an experiment at this point, trying to find something more environmentally friendly.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are you all set, Representative Dudera?
No, I have another question. May I proceed?
Well, actually, we have a rule that the sponsors are not supposed to take too much time.
Okay.
Question witnesses. If you have one more question, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Martell, I just wanted to make sure that you're aware, you said you kind of just started studying this, but we do have the waiver provision in this bill. And it seems like what you're talking about would be a perfect use for the waiver provision. We're talking about a very teeny market, as you yourself said. And, I understand that those smaller bottles are difficult to recycle anyway. So I just wanted to bring that up, that that's why we put a waiver provision in the bill. And that could be something that, your industry could look for. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next bill, let me ask if there are any persons in the attendee line, the attendee list here, who wants to testify against this bill, LD 1467, or neither for nor against. I think we've exhausted everybody. Okay. We can now move over the sponsor of the next bill, Senator Kathy Breen. And we're going to commence. We have concluded the public hearing on LD 1467. We're now going to open the hearing on LD 1415. I'm going to read the title, which gets the award for the longest title to date at ENR, an act regarding minor revisions to existing site location permits, exemptions for rerouting stormwater, and exemptions for new construction or modification of an existing licensed development under the site location of development laws. And before I introduce, let me just ask if there are any other persons on the attendee list who would like to speak in favor of this bill. If you could put up your hands so I can line you up later. Anybody else? Senator Breen, welcome.
Good morning, Representative Tucker, and thank you for that prize. I appreciate that. My name is Kathy Breen, and I serve in the state Senate. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County. And if I were with you in person, I would bring you some tribute because I used to serve on this committee. So I look forward to doing that at a time when we're all together. I'm here to introduce LD 1415, an act with a very long title, which your good chair already read. This bill was brought to me by the Westbrook Planning Department, one of the towns I represent, for the purpose of offering a solution to the problem of persistent delays at the Department of Environmental Protection. This bill may help the DEP keep pace with rapid growth in southern Maine. First, this bill sets a statutory review time for minor revisions to existing site location permits. The proposed 90-day period is approximately half the guaranteed processing time for new applications. It also allows an exemption for rerouting of stormwater that does not otherwise alter or impact the treatment measures or flow rates at the outlet point as approved in the permit. This exemption is specific to stormwater routing and does not apply to any changes in impervious cover. This bill requires the permittee to submit a statement stamped by a professional engineer attesting that the exemption criteria has been met to the local municipality for documentation and tracking purposes. Finally, the bill changes the existing exemption for new construction at or modification of existing development to include the word new. This clarification that the exemption would not be applicable to new development that involved a division of land as part of that new development only. According to the people testifying after me who know the complexities of this issue far better than I do, this bill will allow municipalities to plan their projects in a more streamlined way without placing an unmanageable burden on the DEP. I hope you'll support LD 1415, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? None at the moment. Thank you very much for coming, and I'm sorry about the confusion in scheduling. I hope it worked out for you.
All good. Thank you for having me.
Okay. We have Jeannie Franceschi from Westbrook, and right after her, we can ask for the DEP. Well, wait a second. Here's Nick Livesay from the DEP. Let's hear from Ms. Franceschi at Westbrook first, and then we'll hear from the DEP. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. My name is Rebecca Spatella, Associate Planner for the City of Westbrook, and I'm here today with Jenny Franceschi to speak on behalf of LD 1415. As described in the written testimony submitted by Jenny, the intent of this bill is to propose legislation that will ultimately provide support to the Department of Environmental Protection as they manage a surge of growth in southern Maine, unlike that of recent history with limited staffing and budgets. To start, we are proposing an exemption for minor amendments for the rerouting of stormwater that does not alter or impact the treatment measures or flow rates at the outlet points as approved in the applicant's original permit. This exemption is specific to stormwater rerouting and does not apply to changes in impervious cover. As a note, amendments that include a modification or minor increase in impervious cover are currently exempt from slow to review under statute title 38, section 488, subsection 29. The proposed legislation would simply also allow for a rerouting of stormwater when there is no proposed increase in impervious cover, so long as the flow rates at analysis points are not increased. Such alterations may include the addition or elimination of piping or infrastructure due to modifications in building footprints or site layout. Additionally, we are proposing an amendment to the exemption for new or modified construction within an existing licensed development to include the word new. The current language has been interpreted to prevent the utilization of the exemption in perpetuity for previous permits that have included a division of land. This results in projects being required to submit a formal amendment for changes in impervious area that are well within the thresholds as identified as an exemption in the statute, thus unnecessarily contributing to the high workloads for DEP review. The amendment clarifies the exemption is applicable for modifications in development that create an increase in impervious cover less than 10,000 square feet in a calendar year or 20,000 square feet over the life of the SLOTA permit, unless that modification includes a new division of land that was not previously included in the original permit. Lastly, the proposed legislation sets a statutory review time for minor amendments to existing SLOTA permits. New applications are assigned a goal and guaranteed processing time annually by the commissioner. However, amendments to existing permits do not have a guaranteed processing time. This creates a situation where amendment applications can and do sit extensively, regardless of the complexity involved in their respective reviews, because new applications must take priority to meet the assigned statutory deadlines. The proposed 90-day processing time is approximately half of the guaranteed processing time for new applications. Although the ability for municipalities to obtain delegated review for site location permits is available, many municipalities, including Westbrook, are also working within limited budgets and do not have the staffing to perform the full permit reviews MDEP is tasked with. Additionally, delegated review only addresses issues with processing times within that municipality, whereas the proposed legislation before you is a holistic approach to a statewide need regarding minor alterations that are within the parameters of the development's existing permits. Our hope is that the statutory deadline on minor amendments will provide developments with a reasonable expectation of processing times as they plan permitting and ultimately construction schedules, and the exemptions will aid in creating manageable MDEP staffer workloads to achieve those permitting deadlines. Thank you for your time and consideration on this, and we are both here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay. Thank you. We will now move along to hear from the DEP. Mr. Livesay is here, who is head of the Land Division. Hello, Mr. Livesay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much, Representative Tucker, and welcome back, Senator Brenner. Committee members, my name is Nick Livesay, and I am the Director of the Bureau of Land Resources at the Department. This bill that we have before us this afternoon, or this morning, almost afternoon, is similar to others we've discussed this session, focusing on a desire for more efficient permitting through a combination of new deadlines and a reduction in what the department reviews. Regardless of the type of permit application, whether for a new permit, an amendment, or minor revision, applicants often want a faster decision and not without justification. However, as previously expressed, we do not view new deadlines as helping an already stressed permitting process. For context, in 2020, the department issued more individual permits. These are permits under site law, NERPA, and stormwater combined, than any time in the last decade. During that same period, we processed more permit by rules and also reviewed more construction general permit notifications. Under just the site law, the number of new permit applications that we reviewed were 59% higher last year than at any other time in this prior decade. We're getting a lot of work done, if not as fast as we and permit applicants would like. With respect to the proposed exemption, it hinges on a stamped statement from a professional engineer and the opportunity for the municipality to review this statement and a description of the work prior to commencement of the work. Presumably, this would give the municipality an opportunity to review the proposal and express any concerns in place for the department permit review. The department's concern with this approach is that many towns may not have the staff or the technical background to review the proposed changes and identify design deficiencies or errors in the flow calculations. The specific matter that we understand gives rise to this bill is a helpful example. The project has been described as a minor change to the site layout of previously permitted development. The changes, however, involved adjustments to the impervious or developed area in 16 watersheds, and a review of sizing calculations for 9 of 16 previously approved best management practices for managing runoff. Review of the application revealed several errors in stormwater calculations, as well as errors in the calculation associated with a prior application and approved stormwater management plan. This underscores that we all make mistakes and miss things, regardless of whether the plans are stamped. It's common that as part of the review of stamped stormwater plans, the department identifies errors or changes that need to be made. More broadly, The concept of greater municipal involvement in municipal review of projects in place of the department is something we support. What's important is that municipalities, assuming their responsibility, are prepared to do so. And we appreciate that the challenges they face with their resources, as we just heard. For any town interested in reviewing projects within their community in place of the department, we encourage that municipality to pursue delegated authority. This can be done under site law or under the stormwater management law, or to take the steps to establish municipal capacity to exempt more projects from site law review. We see both of these avenues as preferable to the path proposed in LD 1415. Thanks for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Okay, I'd like to ask on the attendees list, would you raise your hand if you'd like to speak in favor of this LD? It's LD 1415. Seeing none, we will move over Mr. Neil Goldberg from MMA and Mr. Nick Bennett from the NRCM. They should appear shortly. Mr. Bennett, I understand you wish to testify in opposition, or is it neither for nor against?
Good morning, Representative Tucker. It is in opposition.
Okay. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Good morning, Senator Brenner and other members of the ENR committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to this bill on behalf of the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I'm the staff scientist for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. NRCM believes this bill is unnecessary, and it is not the right approach to helping DEP protect Maine's environment from the impacts of sprawl and impervious surfaces causing stormwater pollution. DEP, as Mr. Livesey stated, has been processing more applications than at any time in its history. And they are, as always, short-staffed. This bill would impose arbitrary deadlines on DEP and exacerbate that situation rather than help it. It also would exempt complex changes to stormwater treatment plans that really need DEP's review in order for us to be confident that they are going to be protective of Maine waters. Finally, I think this bill looks like an unfunded mandate in the sense that it makes all municipalities responsible for a type of review that this single municipality, in this case, seems to want to take on. And most municipalities in Maine simply don't have the capacity to do these types of reviews and don't want to obtain that capacity. So for all of these reasons, we would urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1415. I'd be glad to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Are there questions for Mr. Bennett? Mr. Nick Bennett. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll now turn to Mr. Neil Goldberg, the attorney for the Maine Municipal Association. The floor is yours.
Again. Thank you. Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Again, my name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony in opposition of LD 1415 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. This bill is a further erosion of the autonomy and authority of the DEP to accomplish its core mission of environmental protection. If the exemptions in this bill are enacted, the department will be blind to many developments, especially as it pertains to stormwater. As this committee has heard before, stormwater routing must be done properly, or there could be some severe environmental consequences. Should the committee deem it necessary to exempt stormwater rerouting from DEP site review, it should be very specific with a detailed description of alterations or modifications that do not merit review. LD 1415 also presents another attempt to pass responsibility to municipalities that they are truly not equipped to assume. Volunteer planning boards at the local level are frequently absent of technical and environmental expertise needed to fill the void that this bill would create. Stormwater rerouting, for instance, has a cascade of consequences downstream that really only professionals are trained to predict. Municipalities, as we've mentioned, want their state partners to increase their participation in the site review process, and LD 1415 is a step in the wrong direction. Generally speaking, the department cannot be expected to perform protect the environment if it's being left out of these permit application processes, especially for developments that we know have environmental degradation potential. So the association strongly urges this committee to oppose the legislation. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Is Scarborough a member of the Maine Municipal Association?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much for waiting around for your name to come up.
Happily.
Okay. I'd like now to address the persons on the attendees list and ask if there is anyone there who wishes to speak on the site location law, LD 1415, that's under consideration at this time. Anybody left? Very well. That concludes the hearing on LD 1415. And I turn the gavel back to my colleague, Senator Stacey Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. I think we are on 1367 next. Is that correct?
We are now on the mining bill. Oh, wait a second. You got a choice, I guess, the grant program, 1367 or mining.
I think we're going to have to do mining because I don't believe Representative Bailey's here yet. Okay. So let's go ahead and we will open a public hearing on LD 1163, an act to reduce pollution by prohibiting metallic mineral mining. And we will invite, I don't know if our sponsor's here, but maybe we can invite Senator Maxman in to start.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Okay, I have been working with Representative O'Neill on this bill, and I know that her testimony is the proper introduction, but I can go first. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and honorable members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County, except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor, a total of 27 towns. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1163, an act to reduce pollution by prohibiting metallic mineral mining. A couple months ago, I attended a webinar hosted by the Natural Resources Council of Maine on the Wolfden mine on Picket Mountain near Baxter State Park. Despite Maine's strong mining laws, Wolfden has the intent of proving that companies can still mine in Maine. In my notes from this event, I wrote that the proposed mine is a, quote, pilot to show that Maine will allow mining, end quote. In addition, it threatens Penobscot Nation and rivers, the salmon restoration and watersheds, and many other qualities of the cultural and outdoor uses of our North Woods. In 2017, many members of this committee and the legislature worked hard to pass bipartisan mining laws that became the strongest in the country. This was a strong move for Maine, yet we find ourselves in a position where our laws are being tested by corporations that have little vested interest in our state. Acknowledging with gratitude the work that has come before, it seems clear to me that this conversation around mining in Maine is not over. We still need to have our eye on this issue to ensure that our natural resources are not exploited at the expense of our communities and environmental health. There is never a guarantee that even the best planned and best executed mine will leave the environment as good or better than it was before. It is in the interest of all Maine people not to risk the purity of our water and soil for corporate benefit. Who could come next after Wolfden to test the limit of our laws? For this reason, I see 1163 as an opportunity to continue the conversation around mining in Maine and consider how our laws can not just be the strongest in the country, but the strongest possible, period. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Senator Maxman. Yes, Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Senator. Is it your intent to make is this bill's intent to make mining safe or to completely outlaw mining in the state of Maine?
The bill as written is to prohibit mining in Maine, but I think that there are ways to strengthen our laws already, based on the conversations that I've had with folks that I think would be really beneficial for Maine, and especially looking at what is happening with Wolfden right now. So as I said in my testimony, I see this as the beginning of a conversation that starts with the bill as written and might end somewhere else.
Representative, did you have a follow-up?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions for Senator Maxman? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And let's bring in, oh, you're here. Wonderful. Hi, Representative O'Neill. We'll circle back around and have you introduce your bill.
Good morning. Thanks for being flexible, Madam Chair. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the ENR committee. My name's Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco. Thanks for the opportunity to present LD 1163, which is an act to reduce pollution by prohibiting metallic mineral mining. So first I want to start with some background on the bill and why we submitted it. As you know, our respective committees have overlaps. In the ECF committee, we have encountered mining and the Wolfden proposal in a few ways, including via oversight of LUPC appointments. And as we've been thinking about how to protect our state from pollution and potential environmental disaster associated with mining, Senator Maxman and I attended a briefing from NRCM on the Wolfden proposal. And out of that briefing and more information on mining generally, we and others are worried about foreign-owned or out-of-state entities coming in to extract resources at the expense of our home and our future. And although there are many ways that we can work to protect our communities and our environment from impacts of metal mining, we determined that a prohibition is the most straightforward approach, and that's why we're starting here. So second, regarding mining and environmental impacts. By its nature, mining is dirty and it disrupts the natural and human environment. In order to mine, a company disturbs the terrestrial and/or the marine environment. That disturbance creates both long and short-term negative impacts throughout all phases, including exploration, development, mining, milling, waste disposal, upgrading, transportation, and post-mining land use. Accompanying concerns include water pollution, air pollution, changes in land use, displacement of communities and harmful impacts downstream and downwind, indigenous rights violations, human rights violations, more generally worker safety, fair living wages and anti-worker practices, wildlife and ecosystem displacement and destruction, high energy use, and toxic waste management and treatment. For your consideration, I've included EPA data from the latest National Toxics Release Inventory Report, which I'll refer to as TRI from now on how different industrial sectors manage chemical waste. TRI tracks the management of certain toxic chemicals that may pose a threat to human health and the environment. US facilities in different industry sectors must report annually how much of each chemical is released to the environment and/or managed through recycling, energy recovery, and treatment. A release of a chemical means that it's emitted into the air or water or placed in some kind of land disposal. According to 2019 TRI data, metal mines produced 44% of measured toxic pollution nationwide. Although metal mines represented less than 1% of all reporting facilities, they were responsible for almost half of toxic pollution at 1.49 billion pounds. The next closest industry in terms of scale of pollution was the chemical manufacturing industry at 15%, 0.5 billion pounds, which is 1/3 of metal mining's toxic pollution in terms of scale. These figures are consistent with TRI data from 2014, where the metal mining industry represented 45% of toxic pollution via total disposal or other releases. For your reference, I've included a graph from EPA illustrating this data on how industrial sectors manage their TRI chemical waste. And you'll see that in the pie chart that 4 of the 29 sectors accounted for 77%, and you'll see that 44% figure for metal mining compared to 15% of chemical manufacturing. Primary metals is the next at 10%, and electric utilities at 8%. I also include information about what a release can mean from the definitions from statute and regs. And third, and finally, Maine should take the most protective approach and ban metallic mineral mining. Because of these negative impacts that we've discussed, Senator Maxman and I present this bill to ensure that, that mining is kept to a minimum. Per suggestions from the environmental community, including Sierra Club policy, we should be limiting mining to meet essential human needs, and we should encourage alternatives to mining. Undisturbed ore bodies. Where mining is necessary to meet global needs for additional minerals, the operations where mining takes place must all be subject to the highest standards to protect human rights, labor rights, communities, and the environment, and Indigenous stakeholders must be full participants in reviewing, rejecting, or approving proposed projects. This committee worked hard a few years ago to make a mining law that greatly limited open pit mining and required companies to set aside funds for environmental disasters up front. I was serving alongside those of you who worked on this in a bipartisan manner in the 128. You did this to protect our state, our environment, and our communities. While these protections represented a significant advancement, I was also concerned about putting a structure in place that would allow mining proposals to move forward. With the Wolfton proposal, we're seeing a test of whether it's possible to mine in Maine under the new law. I'm deeply uncomfortable with waiting and seeing if that company can jump through the hoops. And should Wolfton not succeed, who's next in line to test the law? Will there be market factors that will make this law attractive to change? So with that, I thank you very much for your time today. and I urge you to take the most protective approach to eliminate any question of whether metal mining can move forward in Maine. And thanks so much for your consideration.
Representative Johansson has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Maggie. Representative O'Neill, excuse me. Do you know if Wolf Den has taken other projects similar to this, and what their history was on those other projects?
So thank you for the question, Representative. My understanding is that the company has not successfully moved forward with a mine like this one. There are folks behind me that know so much more about this subject matter, and I think we'll be able to give you a lot of information about the Wolfden project in particular.
Representative, did you have a follow-up?
No, thanks.
Okay. Representative Dudera.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative O'Neill. Nice to see you here. My question is, are there other states in the country that have prohibited metallic mineral mining, or are we just sort of on the forefront and maybe we've been lagging behind and so we can be on the forefront?
Thank you, Representative Dudera, for the question. It's a great question, and truthfully one I should be able to answer. So I'll do a quick look up and let you know quickly.
Any other questions for Representative O'Neill? All right, not seeing any. I'll give you a moment to do that work, and then we can circle back around.
Oh, thanks. I'll pass it along to someone speaking after me so that you get an update on that. Thanks so much.
Yep. All right, and then next up, let's see, I had earlier looked and there wasn't a DEP. Okay, Commissioner Loisam's here to speak. We'll bring her in next. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, I'm Melanie Loisam, Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection, providing this testimony neither for nor against LD 1163. There are two categories of activities currently subject to the subchapter in Maine law that this bill proposes to repeal and prohibit: exploration and mining. Mining is defined as activities, facilities, or processes necessary for the extraction or removal of metallic minerals or overburden, or for the preparation, washing, cleaning, or other treatment of metallic minerals, and includes bulk sampling, advanced exploration, extraction or beneficiation of metallic minerals, as well as waste storage and other stockpiles and reclamation activities, but does not include exploration. LD 1163 copies that existing definition except for the exclusion of exploration. Exploration, sorry, this one's long too, means the following activities when conducted in accordance with rules adopted by the department for the purpose of determining the location, extent, and composition of deposits: test boring, test drilling, hand sampling, the digging of test pits, trenching or outcrop stripping for the removal of overburden, having a maximum surface opening of 300 square feet per test pit or trench, or other test sampling methods determined by the department to cause minimal disturbance of soil and vegetative cover. So with all that being said, the department suggests that if the committee wants to replace the current law and regulatory structure with an outright ban, that you carefully consider and describe which activities you want to prohibit. The department and the Board of Environmental Protection spent many years developing a major substantive rule to implement the 2011 Maine Metallic Mineral Mining Act. The department first hired a contractor to draft the rule, and it was not of the quality the department expected. Then department staff rewrote it, the board provisionally adopted it in 2014, and the legislature rejected it. The department tried again in 2015, And again, the legislature rejected the provisionally adopted rule. Through those two rulemaking attempts, there were many days of public hearings, and thousands of Maine citizens and environmental groups weighed in on every detail of metallic mining operations in Maine that could be regulated under the law. In 2016, the department took another stab at it, and some of you have lived with us through some of these experiences. We took the last draft heard by the legislature in this committee, the feedback from the committee, all the outstanding scientific and technical concerns on the record, and tried to write a draft rule that addressed it all. The board then carefully considered all the details in the rule, strengthened many requirements, and provisionally adopted the draft rule in January 2017. The board also submitted official recommendations to the legislature to amend Maine's mining law to address outstanding issues that were beyond the scope of the board's authority. In the 128th session, as was referenced, the legislature overrode the veto of former Governor LePage to pass LD 820 into law, addressing the board's recommendations. The board completed final adoption of Chapter 200, Metallic Mineral Exploration, Advanced Exploration, and Mining Rule, and it went into effect at the end of 2017. Since that time, the department has not received any exploration work plans or issued any permits for Tier 1, Tier 2 advanced exploration, and has received no applications for a full mining permit. There is one prospective mining company that has submitted a rezoning petition with the Land Use Planning Commission, and department staff have provided technical review and comments to the LUPC. In addition, general discussions have occurred with this company concerning baseline monitoring, which Chapter 200 requires to be conducted years in advance of submitting a permit application to the DEP. To date, a baseline monitoring plan has not yet been submitted to the department. LD 1163 would wholly disregard the environmentally protective requirements established by the board and the legislature. As you know, laws are prone to change, and prohibitions can be undone as easily as years of regulatory development. If the proposed ban is later repealed or amended, the rulemaking process I just described will start again with an entirely uncertain outcome. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions for the Commissioner this morning? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome, Ms. Loisem. This is interesting to me. I think what's interesting is that we don't really want mining. So the rules are written. The result of the rules that are in place right now is that we've had very few mining applications. Is that what you're saying?
We have not received an application for a permit under the rules since they have passed in 2017. And I would suggest that they are a strong disincentive to applicants who would not take Maine's environmental protection requirements extremely seriously.
So I think that's it's a reflection of our state and a reflection of the goals of our state. Very, very well done. So I understand about, reading testimony and understanding about the repeal. If we do this, we're taking away all those rules, and then we're leaving ourselves open to the mining rule to be repealed, the mining prohibition to be repealed, in which case it's back to where we were, but even probably worse. So thank you for your testimony. It really has been very illuminating. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any additional questions for the Commissioner? All right. Thank you, Commissioner Loisem, for joining us. Have a nice day. Good to see you. All right. So at this time, I'll have Representative Grahowski share her testimony, and I just want to apologize for not pulling you in sooner, but thanks for your patience.
Thank you all, and no concern about that. I probably signed up a little late this morning with your clerk, so I'm just happy to be here with you all, and I still have made it in the morning. So good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and honorable members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Nicole Grahowski, and I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the main house. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about LD 1163, an act to reduce pollution by prohibiting metallic mineral mining. I'd start by saying I am not an expert in mining law, nor am I a geologist, so I will try to keep this brief. I am, however, a person who lives in the same region as one of Maine's 11 Superfund National Priority List sites, the Callahan Mine in Brooksville. If you are unfamiliar with Superfund, it is a program of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency that focuses on cleaning up our country's most contaminated land and responding to environmental emergencies, oil spills, and natural disasters. The Callahan Mine in Brooksville, that site was once a 150-acre zinc copper massive sulfide mine that was built adjacent to and under a tidal estuary of Penobscot Bay. I know you're thinking, what could possibly go wrong? Waste from this open pit mining operation contaminated drinking water wells and terrestrial and marine habitats. The mine was only open from 1968 to 1972, and the long-term consequences of its operation are still being addressed nearly 50 years later at taxpayer expense. Remediation began in 2004 and is being done in 3 phases, only one of which is complete. Contaminants found in nearby residential neighborhoods include arsenic, PCBs, and lead. The cleanup efforts are extensive and elaborate to match the scale of the ecological disaster. I've included a link to a recent news piece that details the EPA's yearly report if you're interested in learning more. Also in 2018, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers issued a 5-year contract to the tune of $45 million for ongoing remediation. The good news is that such a mine would no longer be allowed in Maine under recently enacted mining regulations that you've heard about. The bad news is we often only realize how devastating a particular mining process is after the damage has been done. Mining technology is changing all the time, which could result in safer and cleaner processes, or it could result in an unprecedented disaster. How can we accurately quantify the upfront costs to cover the cleanup of such a worst-case mining catastrophe to protect the taxpayers of 50 years or 100 years from now? I am not sure that a full ban of all metallic mineral mining is warranted, but more safeguards are necessary. In my view, where an operation on private property is likely to devastate that property and surrounding properties, making them unfit for use for generations, mining must be done only to meet an urgent public need that is identified and approved. We should also consider a ban on the mining of ores that contain sulfide, which can result in sulfuric acid in our waterways and our drinking water supply. Furthermore, I urge this committee and the legislature to focus on recovering resources that have already been mined, like our electronic waste recycling program aims to do. For example, as solar panels and lithium batteries become more prevalent and ultimately reach their end of life, we need to be sure that these end up in a recycling stream that recovers mineral and other components. We shouldn't shy away from and pretend that our modern lifestyle requires minerals, that it doesn't require minerals, and that many of those minerals are extracted in places with poor environmental and labor standards. We should focus on ways to reduce those operations through recycling, related research and development, and standards for material procurements that lead to better jobs and environmental practices and protections. Thank you for considering strengthening our mining regulations. I think we have a solid base to build on, but we can always improve, and for the benefit of Maine people and our environment. And I would be happy to answer any questions, including, if I may, the question that was posed to Representative O'Neill, which she has let me know that there is not another state that has completely banned metallic mineral mining.
Thank you for that. And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Grahowski? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you all.
At this time, I'll have folks that are in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation. If you could raise your hands. And I'll remind you that we're going to keep a 3-minute clock today for public testimony. So we'll bring Bruce Taylor over and then Denise Harlow. Welcome, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, you'll want to unmute and turn on your camera there. And Ms. Harlow, I'm going to turn off your camera for a minute until Mr. Taylor's provided his testimony. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Can you hear me now?
I can. We can't see you
Great.
though, if you want to turn on your camera.
My camera's broken.
All
Sorry.
right, then we'll just enjoy your voice for today.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members. I'm Bruce Taylor from Sweden, Maine. I strongly support LD 1116. First of all, most of my daily professional personal activities involve metals, so I'm strongly supportive of mining. However, the current mining law, and especially the Chapter 13 rules derived from it, I fear are inadequate to protect the economic and, importantly, the physical health of the citizens of Maine. First of all, as been referred to, the taxpayers of Maine under Circala continue to pay for the Callahan mining operation Superfund site years after bankruptcy. That's a good example of risk, of externalization risk, but privatization of profits. Also, although not focus of the bills, current the mining laws looking at jobs. It's very common in the international mining literature, especially Canadian and Australian, talk about FIFO, fly in and fly out. All the high-paying jobs, technical jobs, will be out of state, probably foreign workers. Maine does have a deficit in mining skills and knowledge. Of equally concern is that Maine has little or no regulatory administrative experience in mining. This places our state at great risk for regulatory capture. It's also important to look at, as we look at jobs, large equipment manufacturers are rapidly developing automated remote control equipment that can be manned over the hill or 3,000 miles away. Another concern is tourism recreation. I certainly agree with Representative Falkingham about how we need to preserve our Maine's pristine environment and the multiple benefits it supplies to everybody in the state. Ironically, he was talking about pounds of contaminant. Mining will produce tons of toxic contaminants, as been pointed out by the TRI, daily. One 18-karat ring takes a net conservative estimate of 20 tons of land mined. Also, it's a misconception that there's no pit mining allowed. Pit mining, as you know, is allowed if it's under 3 acres. If you take a 3-acre pit mine and just add 3 feet of water, you have approximately 2/3 of the volume of an Olympic swimming pool. When there is toxic heavy metals and previously dry tailings in it, you're going to generate a lot of problems. Although dry stacking and wet tailing ponds are prescribed in the mining law, dry stacking is not. But in a wet environment such as Maine, as opposed to someplace like Arizona, release of heavy toxic metals and acid mine are at risk. If you look at the Tar Creek Mine Superfund site where they did dry stacking, despite today's advanced technology, it still cannot be properly remediated. Mine shafts are collapsing with groundwater intrusion and contaminated water leaks out. This brings up what will happen to all the tailings, overburdened and contaminated mine waste that comes out. They talk about neutralization. Neutralization is very expensive, very difficult, and you are still left with the toxic elements themselves. The acidity may be partially reduced. What do they propose to do with it? That's a great question. What has been proposed that they're going to...
Mr. Taylor, I hate to interrupt you, but if you could wrap up, that would be...
Okay, great. Well, I think there are a lot of health problems involved in this, especially also look at the insurance coverage that does not include, that does not prohibit the pollution exclusion, and look at air monitoring measurements. I'm definitely for mining. I think the mining bill and the mining laws have a lot of problems. And until it can be corrected, I think that we need to have a ban or a moratorium. And I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. Are there any questions for Mr. Taylor? All right. Thanks for joining us. And next up, we'll recognize Denise Harlow. And I hear tale that you were here in this committee for some time. Welcome back. We're glad to have you.
I certainly was. Thank you. So my name is Denise. Oh, thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and esteemed members of the ENR committee. My name is Denise Harlow, and I currently live in Oquassic. I represented part of Portland for 8 years and served on this committee when the most recent changes to the mining law occurred. I wholeheartedly support Representative Maggie O'Neill's bill to ban mining in Maine. My reasons for supporting a ban are as follows. Mining is a risky proposition in the best of climates, which is evidenced by mine failures around the world. Unfortunately, we do not have to look any further than our own backyard, where we are currently paying remediation for one of our failed mines. Pollution means we are, we are forever paying. Some would say this is due to old technology, and that will not happen now with better technologies. However, the evidence is not there to support this assertion. And how much money covers this remediation? The committee was given examples of a responsible model mine, Flambeau Mine, in the 125th legislature. And by the next session, that mine was no longer a model mine due to groundwater contamination. Our wet climate leaves us extremely vulnerable to a mining failure due to sulfide deposits, which respond poorly to air and water. Once a mine fails, the remediation is a forever proposition. Do we really want to take a chance on this happening in our state where we rely so heavily on tourism? We've been told our current law is the strictest in the nation, and yet Wolfton pointed to the changes made to our mining law in 2017 as the reason for coming to Maine. We were told no mining company would ever attempt to mine in Maine due to the law, and yet Wolfton was here within a year of passing the new law. The same environmental groups, with the exception of Maine Rivers, who supported this law are now saying Wolfton was exactly what they did not want in the state. This is their chance to prevent another Wolfton from coming to Maine. So a brief history, I'm trying to skip over so I keep within the 3 minutes. Just a brief history, since there are some people here who were on the committee during part of the changes, but not for the entire 8 years, which I had the pleasure of being on the committee for the whole 8 years. The original mining law was passed back in the 90s, actually, by our own Representative John Martin. It did not allow groundwater contamination, and thus was a de facto ban. In the short session, the 125th, Representative John Martin came before us in the short session, presented a bill to change that, allowing groundwater contamination along with other changes. This opened the door to mining. We had one mining lawyer helping us from Utah, I believe, Jim Butler, in that short session, or in that session when we passed that bill. In the 126th legislature, ENR worked for months and months on an act to amend the previous or to pass rules. We had Jim Butler, Irving experts, and Dr. Chambers, which is notable because he was the only true mining expert. He's from Montana, who the committee saw in this entire 8 years. And both sides of the aisle agreed that he was very knowledgeable. Did never have him back, but we had him then. And the environmental community is also very involved. Notably, it did not allow groundwater contamination from the mining operation or contamination of ground or surface water that would require water treatment. In the end, this bill failed. 127th, again, we worked a slew of bills around mining and rolled all our work into one bill, one LD, which was 750. This would have allowed groundwater or contamination to the ground and surface waters. It did require mitigation. This bill also failed. Fast forward to the 128th legislature, committee asked NRCM and the DEP to work together to co-author the mining, to work on the bill that Senator Carson had presented. They worked with very little input from the committee, which was a huge change from previous sessions, where all the work was done in work sessions at tireless minutia, as Representative Hanley and Representative Tucker could attest to. So this law allows, the law that was eventually passed, allows for groundwater contamination. How do you stop groundwater contamination in the mining area? How do you stop it from getting outside the mining area once it starts? Allows open pit mining in under 3 acres. Permits may be given for bad actors. So a company could have done any number of things in the past, but still given a permit. And it allows mining companies to leave the area polluted. So I hope I stayed within the 3 minutes, and I hope you'll support banning mining from our state. I'll submit my testimony. It's a little bit longer, but I was trying to respect the 3 minutes, as I know some of these hearings can be difficult.
Well, as a new member of the committee, I'm grateful for the history lesson. Thank you. It's
Yeah.
helpful. Mhm. Are there questions for Ms. Harlow? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And we'll bring in Mr. Fitzgerald next. Welcome, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald, you'll want to turn your camera on and unmute yourself. Oops. Mr. Fitzgerald, are you with us? All right, Mr. Fitzgerald, if you could unmute yourself. While we're waiting, is there anyone else in the attendee space that's here to speak in favor of the legislation this afternoon? All right, Betsy Terrell. Let's bring Ms. Terrell over while we're waiting for Mr. Fitzgerald to. Welcome, Ms. Terrell. Ms. Terrell, if you could unmute and turn your camera on, that would be great.
Unmute.
All right, go down here, start video.
We can hear you.
Okay.
And now we can see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. Excuse me. My name is Betsy Bishop Terrell. I represent Carr Pond, T13R8. Carr Pond is located within 2 miles of Bald Mountain. My family owned property on Carr Pond shores since 1902. This area is a special place in my heart and deserves to be protected, as does the rest of the state of Maine. I support LD 1163 as I have watched how metallic mining has changed Carr Pond. I watched the creation of the Carr Pond Road to make access to Bald Mountain and how the years of metallic mining exploration changed the environment in the area. I learned that it would be a fatal flaw to mine Bald Mountain according to Black Hawk Mining back in 1990. Yet Bald Mountain continued to be pursued. I have personally been involved in speaking at public hearings on metallic mining since LD 1853, and for the 5 years of debates that followed, trying my best to protect Maine's environment from metallic mining. During those 5 years, I was extremely disappointed with the outcomes of Chapter 200 rules, which allows groundwater pollution. The rules allow mining that is so dangerous that it would require wastewater treatment forever. These same rules do not require payment of financial assurance sufficient to cover the full-scale costs of mine cleanup. The Chapter 200 rules allow mines to be as close as a quarter mile to our lakes and our most spectacular rivers. I could go on, and as you heard Denise Harlow say, no wonder mining companies were quick to jump in and start exploring rare wilderness places such as Picket Mountain and other places in Maine. And there is already requested change of mining rules to fit the needs of the mining company. Maine DEP already has enough on its plate. It does not need to add metallic mining to its list. as it is the top of the list of most damaging activities humans inflict on the natural environment. I firmly believe that the clean water and air of Maine are two of Maine's most valuable assets, and it should remain the way for the future generations. I urge you to support LD 1163. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Terrell? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We will bring Severn Fleming in.
Hi there.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you, dear committee, for helping to protect our beautiful home. I'm coming to you from Washington County, where I run Smithereen Farm, a small certified by MOFGA farm on land and sea. We raise algae directly in the downspout of a proposed mine that Wolf Den would like to place. I learned about Wolf Den because I bought from the town an old building on the site of the Pembroke Iron Works, which was established in the 18th century on our Pennamaquan River. Pennamaquan River now has 700,000 returning alewives because of the work of the fishway, which was just restored by Downey Salmon Federation and other partners using federal monies, along with the restoration that came alongside the new bridge on Route 1, again with billions of dollars of federal monies to protect the critical watersheds of Down East Maine. Some of you know, and some of you may not know, that Washington County has more freshwater resource than the entire state of Connecticut. Last year, I was pleased to attend an extraordinary event, sorry, not COVID year, the year before, in Machias, hosted by NOAA. NOAA scientists again and again were focusing on ecosystem-based management as a critical driver of their policy emphasis in the coming decades, and pointed to Cobscook Bay and Down East Maine as one of the critical refugia for the entire Atlantic seaboard, since we have the coldest water, the best rivers, the strongest, we have globally significant marine productivity in Cobscook Bay region because of our big tides, our historic mackerel runs, our minke whales, our fin whales, our porpoises, our puffins. This is a place that does not have enough people to defend it. From the guys that I met, when I took over a piece of land that was abandoned by the predecessor of Wolf Den, which is called Cinnabar, and Golden Hope LLC, which they abandoned to the town for back taxes and left full of about 12 tons of ores that had been treated with acid and were part of the much referenced in the investor videos of Wolf Den gold mine, for the proposal that they now call Big Silver. The basement was flooded, the building was abandoned, and I learned about Wolf Den when they came snooping around trying to get more of the ores that had been abandoned without permission, then calling the land, calling on myself and my farm manager at home, trying to convince us that young farmers could farm on the site of the mine after they were finished farming it, after they were finished mining it. And that in the same way that we as a young farmers organization with 15 years of work nationally have been promoting young farmers and the return of sustainable agriculture, that they were trying to bring the return of sustainable mining. I then received an email from the state geologist asking me to relinquish those ores to the state. He was writing, as he said, on behalf of Wolf Den, concerned that I might abandon those ores and stating that the state needed those ores to determine what kinds of pollution might be of note. So I called the DEP and I called the Fish and Wildlife because my basement was full of water and full of ores. And I said, we've got a great stuff for you to test on behalf of our clean water. And they, all of the everybody I emailed said it wasn't something that they were going to look into.
Ms. Fleming, if you could wrap it up, we're past the 3 minutes.
I guess in short, the descriptions of the videos I urge you to watch for yourselves. The CEO of Wolfton is a very compelling man, and he is selling his project very effectively to large international investors. We've put together some good information, which I'd be happy to also forward along. And I thank you for thinking really deeply about the future that all of us depend on. And those of us who aren't in a position to do very much about it rely on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Dudera has a question for you, so don't go too far.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fleming, I just was curious to have you just finish telling us what happened when you contacted the DEP, please.
I had to do it about 4 times. And then I started emailing bosses and CCing those who they oversaw. And I started to choose women. And what I heard back was, we're not interested to test that. You would have, and I said, well, where would I go to have it tested privately? And they didn't have a suggestion for me about that. And I've still got the ores. And yeah, I'm concerned because this is a river that has got now 700,000 fish. As you know, the St. Croix, which drains a 1 million acre watershed, went down to about 70 alewives, and it was described as having between 30 and 40 million alewives, the St. Croix River, which is more than the rest of the rivers of Maine combined. So the thing that we know is that these rivers respond when they're healed. And why would we go contaminating a mile from the mouth of the Pennamequan with 4 streams, 2 of which have been described as having critical brook trout habitat, from an area that has 4 lakes, which are swum in by everyone in the area? Why would we contaminate the mouth of the center of our town at the heart of our bay? This is not a risk we should be taking. So I was disappointed that the DEP didn't want to pursue and do what the state geologist had suggested, even as I was shocked that the state geologist would be writing on behalf of a foreign company that hadn't even got a permit yet. So that's why I'm here. I'm worried that we're not regulating enough.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you sharing your concerns. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Ms. Fleming? All right, thanks for joining us. Nice to see you. And next up, we have Douglas Bowen. Welcome, Mr. Bowen. Mr. Bowen, if you're unmuted. Whoop, now you're muted again. Mr. Bowen, you'll want to unmute and turn on your camera. Mr. Bowen, you're still muted.
I keep clicking the unmute. No, wait a minute.
Now we can hear you. Oh, there you go. We can see you.
Can you hear me? Oh, there. Oh, great.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Dory. Thank you. I'm not too good at this. Thank you, Chairpersons Brenner and Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resources. I'm testifying in favor of LD 1163 to ban metal mining in Maine. Wolfton Mining, by refusing to give straight answers or follow normal application proceedings, displays a pattern of uncooperative dealings with LUPC. Is this a company we're supposed to trust to mine responsibly, then forever ensure safe storage of toxic metals, arsenic, and sulfur? Kinross Gold Corporation owns a 9% share of Wolfton. It's said that its mining experience in deep pockets could make Wolfton a safer bet. However, in Colorado in 2015, a seal containing mine waste burst, spilling 3 million gallons of orange sludge laden with chemicals and 880,000 pounds of metals into the Animas, San Juan, and Colorado rivers. EPA determined that Kinross Gold, through its subsidiary, contributed to the rupture by failing to monitor, then relieve high water pressure in an old mine it owns that connects to the mine that ruptured. The state of New Mexico and the Navajo Nation sued Kinross Gold for destroying river irrigated crops. EPA ordered Kinross to negotiate a settlement with them, but it refused, even threatening to sue EPA. 4.5 years of litigation were required to reach a settlement for a reduced amount. Wolfton and Kinross aren't exceptions. Please understand that the metals mining industry has a record for frequently failing to follow environmental regulations or honor contracts and agreements. Can you really trust an applicant to have both the capability and the financial backing to protect Maine waters from acid rock drainage for generations to come? Because that's what it takes, generations or centuries. You know, the stuff doesn't go away. Arsenic doesn't go away. How can you be sure that Wolfton, Kinross, or any applicant follows through on what it promises now, 50 years from now? Witness rapid, confusing switches in mine ownerships related to company lawyers constructing language intended to evade responsibility for future mining disasters, and claims that new strategies employing state-of-art materials will contain mine waste for a vague forever, despite there being no way to prove that in advance. I'm just about done. These companies know how to outflank regulators, even in states like Colorado that are experienced at regulating metals mining, which Maine is not and should never try to be. Stakes are too high to risk making the wrong choice, especially given the consequences of our wet climate interacting with acidic sulfide ores. It's time to ban metal mining in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bowen. Any questions for Mr. Bowen? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
All right, and so what I'd like to do now is bring in Catherine Sarek, who has her hand up to speak in favor of the legislation. And then after Ms. Sarek, I think that the committee will break for lunch, and then we will come back and finish the rest of this hearing at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. And my husband will come back then too, Charles Fitzgerald.
Oh, great. I'm sorry we didn't, that didn't work. You must have different computers in the same room, is that?
Yes.
You can hear us now, that's great.
Okay, we'll see you after lunch. What time are you coming back again?
No, Ms. Sarek, I'm going to have you offer us testimony, and then perhaps because Charles is there with you, we'll do both of you, and then we'll take a lunch.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Welcome, Chairman Brenner, Chairman Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you very much for the work that you do. I appreciate it. We all do. My name is Kathy Sarek. I'm a resident and registered voter from Sebec, Maine. First of all, I would like to thank Representative Maggie O'Neill for sponsoring LD 1163, as well as Senators Maxman, Bailey, and Miramont, and Representatives Grohowski and Pebworth for co-sponsoring such an important, urgent act to protect the health of our people, as well as all living creatures in our state by protecting our air and our water from the inevitable contamination by arsenic, lead, mercury, and sulfuric acid and other known contaminants that have always come from mining. Back in 2013, I worked with hundreds of Maine citizens and several environmental and sports groups in our efforts to protect Maine from the dangers of mining. Over 561 comments opposing proposed mining rules and only 21 supporters of those rules were delivered in 2017 to the Department of Environmental Protection. If allowed, metallic mineral mining will pollute our air and our most precious resource, water, and put at risk our health and our enjoyment of nature here. and our economy. Groundwater contamination in a mining area threatens the surface of water of lakes, streams, and drinking water wells as well, and no mining activity can be reversed. As we have seen with the Callahan and Care American mines, the groundwater is still contaminated and not under control since 1972, even though we have spent more than 200 million trying to clean them up as per the USA EPA website in January 2017. In the US, 50 million gallons of polluted water poured daily from the US mine sites. And to date, the EPA has spent an estimated $4 billion on mining cleanup. History has shown us that mining pollution lasts for thousands of years. All mining throughout the entire globe has created problems that go on forever. The damage to our environment will be permanent. Maine is under threat by the mining corporations whose sole responsibility is to turn out profits for their shareholders and have no responsibility or concern for our health or that of our environment. Maine's legislative mandate directs the Department of Environmental Protection to prevent, abate, and control the pollution of air, water, and land. And that is why we, your constituents, are here to ask you to work with your fellow representatives to pass LD 1163. An act to prohibit metallic mineral mining and save our state from endless destruction that would occur if we allow mining here in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sarek. And would you like to go ahead and transfer the mic over to?
Yes.
Where's
Great.
the mic?
Charles.
Charles, welcome, Charles.
Okay, well, finally,
Oh,
we figured.
yay, there you are. Look at you guys.
Finally, we figured out how to communicate here.
Okay.
And
Well, it's
unmute.
delightful.
We couldn't find unmute anywhere. It was just
Okay.
difficult.
Great.
At any rate, I had prepared a totally different comment that I'm now going to abandon because I think it's more important to mention briefly the points that are important. And some of them have been covered. We know what's happened with Maine's Callahan mine. We know that there are no commercial metallic mining sites in Maine that aren't causing persistent pollution. They all do. We also know that acid mine draining can't be stopped and it goes on forever. Of course, forever is a long time, but you can refer to the Rio Tinto estuary study in Spain titled 5,000 Years of Pollution. There are no known examples of a non-polluting metallic mineral mine. The Kennecott Mining Company, a subsidiary of Rio Tinto, publishes the Flambeau mine in Wisconsin as an example of a clean, non-polluting mine, a real poster child. The only trouble with that picture is that it's not true. According to all the scientific reports, the Flambeau mine is continually contaminating the Flambeau River with concentrations of heavy metals that far exceed water quality standards and are likely to get worse in coming years. A clean, non-polluting metallic mineral mine does not exist anywhere in the United States. The other thing is that all these metallic mineral mining companies, by definition, are rogue companies, and that includes Wolf Den. What else can they be when a clean, non-polluting metallic mineral mine cannot be shown to exist? They keep trying to pound a square peg into a round hole, and they ultimately escape accountability by self-induced bankruptcy. The long-term consequences, of course, are permanent and irreversible. Maine is an inappropriate place to mine metals. Walk in the Maine woods. How far do you get before you run into a stream, a beaver bog, a marsh, a swamp, a flowage, a river, a pond, or a lake? Take a look at your DeLorme Atlas and Gazetteer. You'll get what I mean. 1 inch of rain will dump 1,400,000 gallons of water on a 50-acre mining area. Multiply that by 45 plus or minus inches of rain a year that fall on Maine. Add to that the unpredictability of climate change and the increasingly common extreme rainfall events. The richest metal deposits in Maine are all extremely high sulfide deposits. As little as 0.2% sulfide is enough to generate acid rock drainage. The Bald Mountain deposit contains 40 to 53% sulfur. Imagine 94% of that material going to a tailings pond to be protected forever at our expense. You can't mine in a water-rich area, period. Maine contains the largest remaining clean ecosystem east of the Mississippi River. The water resources here are the greatest repository of clean waters in the United States, where most of the land is privately owned. Why risk that? Why let metallic mineral mining impoverish the healthy and growing billion-dollar recreational economy in Maine's North Woods? Maine is the ancestral home of the eastern brook trout, a fishery which, needless to say, attracts many and brings so much incomes to the Mainers who choose to live and work here. Endless uncontaminated water resources provide endless recreational opportunities. You know, we're within 70 million people, within a day's drive of this area, and there are fewer and fewer opportunities as ever-growing development encroaches on the recreational space in the neighborhood of where these 70 million people live. The hundreds of Maine citizens have for years, this goes back maybe 10, 15 or 20 years, to be perfectly frankly, I'm getting pretty tired about all this wrangling about metallic mineral mining. I can tell you I'm freaking sick of it. Hundreds of Maine citizens for the last 10 years have expended huge amounts of efforts reading, researching, educating themselves. Many of these citizens are themselves experts through hard work and investigation, plowing through thousands of pages of science, testimony, and mining history. They have become experts. I haven't mentioned the aggravation of driving to and from Augusta, sometimes 5 hours away, one of them. At any rate, to finalize, I am 87 years old and I'm nearing the end of my useful life. I might have a few more less than useful years left, but I hope to live long enough to fully comprehend that Maine's Northwoods environment is protected as the unique and rare resource that it is. Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful that you both were able to make it in and share your testimony. Thank you.
We're grateful for your work. Thank you.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Fitzgerald or Ms. Sarek? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And at this point, the committee will break for lunch, and let's plan for maybe 10 after 1 to return. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that was too much for me.
Representative Hanley, you are certainly changing your background quite a bit today. You are all over the place, from the beach to the northern lights, and now you're in outer space.
Hi, Vicky. You look lonely there. We're not scheduled back till 1:10.
Oh, I thought it was 1 o'clock.
Yeah, no, 1:10.
Oh, okay. Well, then I might go soak up the sun a little bit for 10
Yeah,
minutes.
again.
I'll see you
Yep.
soon. Bye.
1:10. Sorry about that. Hi, Paige.
Seems like 4 years ago, doesn't it? Only we look older.
Yes, everybody does.
Yeah, I haven't seen Denise since she was termed out.
Hi, Chris.
How are you, Representative?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Well, it's a nice day here, but I understand up in the county, it's raining and windy.
Oh, really? So you're not cut off completely from the county. You hear from them by telephone and television and everything.
We saw
I've got all the new devices.
and also Senator Stewart told you it was raining up there. So it was word of mouth.
I was told, yes. Yeah, but Stewart is up there, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's testifying from his home today.
Yeah. It must seem odd being in an empty state house like that.
It is. It's really odd. I just went over and said hello to the office.
Yeah.
Looked around, all the chairs are stacked up. It is odd.
I was there with my nephew and we got to take all the treats that were sitting out because there's nobody around. So there are some benefits of being there, Chris. Don't go through anybody's desk, so. Legislative time.
Yep. They'll be back.
I'm here. I'm just finishing up coleslaw and prepping dinner. So when you guys start, I'll get on.
Oh, great. I'm just waiting for a couple more.
Okie dokie, I'm here.
You're so organized. Good for you.
Not really.
There we go. There's Arthur. Well, Arthur's back. I guess now we can start. Shall we start now, or would you like to wait a few minutes?
I'm ready.
Okay, very good. We are resuming the public hearings in the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. We have completed hearings in a number of bills. We are now in the middle of the hearing on a possible mining ban, LD number 1163. Once we complete that hearing, we will then go to a hearing on a grant program for municipalities, LD 1367. And after that, we will have a couple of language reviews just to check the final language before we sign off on the bills and get them signed. So that's our agenda for this afternoon. Senator Brenner is unable to be with us, and so I'll be chairing the meeting. We did introductions this morning. Would you like to repeat them at this time, or shall we forego that? Okay, we'll forego that. I'd like to address the attendees at this time and ask if there are any persons who wish to testify in favor of 1163 who didn't have a chance to testify this morning. Is there anyone there? I notice some names of people who signed up earlier, but they're not here. Okay. Let me now address any persons in the attendee list who would like to oppose this bill. I understand Mr. Strock is here, Fred Beck, and Jeremy Willett. I'll ask if the clerk could move Mr. Beck and Mr. Willett over to the into the panel. And let's see who lights up first. Mr. Willett, would you like to testify?
Absolutely.
Hello, Mr. Willett. If you could identify yourself, tell us your group affiliation, if any, and the floor is yours.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. I guess good afternoon now, Chairman Tucker and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Jeremy Willett. I'm the Vice President of Project Development for Wolfton Resources. I'm here to testify today against Bill LD 1163, which is an act to reduce pollution by prohibiting metallic mineral mining. I guess I'd like to start by thanking the individuals who remain on the committee for the extensive work that went into Chapter 200 of the mining regulation. And I appreciate that what was generated was a series of stringent and responsible guidelines to support mining processes through Maine. Throughout my career, I've witnessed mining operations and I've worked at mining projects through North America, South America, into Africa and Australia. So I've seen where these have functioned well in the past, and I've seen where they have not functioned well in the past. And I'd like to comment that with Chapter 200 being introduced, it really addresses sort of the positive activities that have taken place in the mining industry, and it deters from the negative activities that have taken place in the mining industry. So I guess one of the big questions of the day has been, why mining? Why do we have to do it? And I mean, the quick analogy is, everybody has a phone, everybody uses a car. Whether we like it or not, everybody in the world relies on mining products. I think the most important thing that we need to address today is to make sure that we're receiving those products in the most responsible and environmentally sensitive way possible. And that's not unlike any of the comments that we got from the other testimonies today. I believe that it's our ethical duty as a state and as a producer that these materials are produced in the most responsible way. And by mining in Maine, it gives us the opportunity to control and regulate how those mining activities take place, instead of purchasing our materials from different places in the world where we don't have the opportunity to control and ensure that the environment is at the top of the priority list when these materials come out of the ground. Mining over the last 50 years has seen a plethora of technical advances. So, a perfect example of this is, everybody is extremely concerned around the water management and ensuring that we're not degrading receiving water bodies, et cetera. Water treatment over the past half century, over the past 50 years, has come so far that you could honestly give them any water at any water quality and ask them to produce an extremely high quality, clean water, and that can take place. I guess the big discussion there is, how much does it cost? From moving into an economics perspective, obviously with mining industry, there are certain areas where you see significant economic growth due to injection from mining activities. Now that will only take place if it's done extremely responsibly. And that is exactly what Chapter 200 does. It ensures that responsible approach to mining, and it's extremely well controlled and executed with a group like ourselves to make sure that there's that it's done very ethically and responsibly. in closing,
Mr. Willett, could I pose a question to you?
please, yeah.
Do you have under contemplation any ideas or any proposals to change the current metallic mining rules or statute in Maine?
No. As far as Wolfton Resources is concerned, our focus is really on Picket Mountain, as everybody has discussed today. The Picket Mountain project is an extremely fascinating one from a mining engineering perspective. It's very small. It's underground. We have the ability to store tailings on surface in a dry area that's not impacted by wetlands. We've been able to design it so that there is zero impact physically or chemically to wetlands and waterways. So I'm confident that no, we don't have to adjust the legislation in order to start a project at Picket Mountain.
Okay. Are there any questions from the members of the committee? Representative Ziegler.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you explain your corporate structure? And first of all, where are your corporate headquarters? And then second of all, and going forward, would you be doing just exploration or exploration and mining? Would you be, if you just did the exploration, would you then be selling or looking at another corporation to do the mining?
Absolutely. I appreciate the question. I think it's a really important one. So as everybody around the table probably understands, we are a Canadian company with a US-based subsidiary, Wolfton Resources. We are headquartered in Thunder Bay, but our management team, our corporate team is spread throughout North America, essentially. As far as moving forward, the strategy within the company is to, explore the project and then develop the project under our own merit and then operate the project. I think it's really important to note that Picket Mountain as a project is a mining project. It wouldn't necessarily matter at the name of the company owner that is looking to mine this thing. It's more about the value of the project and its ability to operate by meeting all of the Chapter 200 legislative guidelines. That said, it's Wolfton's intention to explore, develop, and operate the project straight through to reclamation.
Other questions for Mr. Willett?
Oh, could I just follow that up?
Go right ahead. Yes.
So I just want to be clear in regards to Representative Tucker's question. You had made no attempt to circumvent or change any of the rules that were presented, correct? We have in 200.
Yeah, correct. So there were some, around, early stage design around, how the processes, because it's brand new to everybody. So it's brand new to the Land Use Planning Commission. It's brand new to the DEP. We are ultimately the first players to try and execute under this new legislation. Running through that process, we were really looking to make sure that there was really solid and transparent communication between DEP and Land Use Planning Commission to make sure that as a decision is made under the Land Use Planning Commission, the same decision can be made under the DEP. So that's, but from a technical perspective, the site is, or the project is the project, and that project meets current Chapter 200 legislation. So there's no request or suggestion to change what that legislation is.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. Mr. Wiett, your website sort of states that when you do these projects, you're driven by community input. And I was just wondering what kind of community input you've had in relation to Picket Mountain.
Yeah, great. I appreciate that question. We have done a significant effort at trying to be transparent with the communities, certainly surrounding the project. This all started during exploration when when we first, I guess, took a position in Maine, and the first thing that we did is we were running around Patton and the surrounding communities and making sure that people knew what we were doing. I can reference back to a town hall meeting even before I became part of the company, where we explained the exploration processes, where there would be sort of a helicopter flying over the project and why that would be doing that for aerial borne surveys. And frankly, the support within the surrounding areas has been tremendous. So, we've got great relationships with the ATV clubs, the local communities. We have, different municipal selectmen that are providing letters of support, because ultimately we've been trying, and I think we've been successful at being transparent with what we would like to do with the project there.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was curious also as to your investor base. Can you just tell us a little bit about that? Are they Canadians? Are they, I'm just, if you can divulge a little bit about who you're making money for.
Yeah, so ultimately, the significant investment is significantly at board level. There are two major investment groups. One is Kinross. They're one of the world-class gold mining groups, and another is I'm sorry, the names. I missed the name, but there are a couple larger, different mining organizations. Their interest in us is more related to the assets themselves. So, they get a little bit of we call it an NSR, net smelter return on the project. So this is literally returns on investment to those groups. We do have a significant, populous investment group. We have European investments and US based investments to make sure that we can continue to move forward as well.
Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Jeremy, are there any engineers or anybody in your engineering staff that's from the United States or from Maine?
Yeah, so we have, so from Maine, we have a fellow, his name is John Breedlove. He's a geologist. He's not an engineer, but he's a professional geologist within the state of Maine. And majority of our other technical input are from third-party consultants. So majority of the environmental consulting work that's done is through Wood PLC. They're based in Portland, and they are, professional engineers within the state of Maine and professional environmental scientists and geoscientists that can all, stamp their documentation while they've put through. In addition to that, from the water treatment plant perspective, we've got US-based engineers who have signed off with a guarantee to be able to achieve the water requirements and the water quality requirements for discharging from a water treatment plant facility. On the mining side, obviously, since there aren't, there isn't a mining history in Maine, in the more recent half century. So those type of specialized skill sets, obviously, they're brought in from outside to support the project. But ultimately, I think it's important to note as well that we would like to kind of transition any skill sets that don't exist in Maine into Maine, so that this can be, a much more significantly supported project by Mainers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Willett, I'm sorry I missed the beginning of your testimony. Could you please tell me, why did you pick Maine, and what exactly, what are you mining for, and for what products are those minerals for?
Yeah, absolutely. Another really important question. So I guess the selection of the location related to a mining project is more related to the resources in the ground. So I guess the quick answer is that we've selected 11 kilometers north of Patent, Maine and T6R6 because there's a very high value, high grade deposit there. And knowing that this legislation has been untested before, this is really a perfect little project to do that because it's nice and small and it meets all the legislative requirements. It's not an open pit. We're able to dry stack tails deposit and securely. We're not generating, tens of millions of tons of any sort of, liabilities. And frankly, it's in a great location that there's no near neighbors that can be impacted by the project. So yeah, I guess it really ticked all the boxes from a political perspective, an economic perspective, environmental perspective. So it's it's the Goldilocks, I guess. I'll use that as an analogy. It's the Goldilocks type of deposit, and that's why we selected it.
And what are you mining?
Oh, sorry. So it is a base metals sulfidic deposit. The primary metal of interest is zinc. Zinc is used for galvanization and anti-corrosion type stuff. It's actually also used as fertilizer in some applications. So, our bodies need to consume a certain amount of zinc in order to thrive. So it is used globally in a lot of different industries, but its primary use is galvanization. In addition to that, we produce lead and copper, both of which are metals that are significant in the electronification movement. So with EV, fossil fuel consumption reductions through electronification of technologies. Like these metals are so important that they actually reduce the carbon footprint because they mean that we consume less fossil fuels. And then outside of that, there's the addition of a few precious metals. So there's silver that'll come out of it, and then some credits on gold as well.
So if I understood you correctly, it's zinc, lead, copper, and silver that you
and gold. Yep. Yeah. So there's 5 elements that we pull out of it. Yeah.
And you found this from studying the area.
Yeah, so actually, this specific area has been studied for decades. So starting with Getty, so this is long time been studied. This isn't a project that Wolfden has come in the last 2 years and said, here's a interesting spot, let's have a look at it. This has honestly been studied for decades, and a lot of work has gone into it. So starting with airborne surveys, and then soils analysis, just taking small soils cores, and then finally putting a drill onto the property and drilling some rocks, producing a bit of core that we could analyze and map.
Mr. Johansson, Representative Johansson, you've got your hand up. I just didn't know.
I do, and I've got a question. Mr. Willett, I was at a meeting a couple of years ago with your company and the DEP. And the DEP advised you then to let various NGOs look over your shoulder when you're doing your testing for your baseline. Have you done that? Has it been a good experience?
So I guess, yeah, I appreciate the question, Chris, or Representative Johansson. We have, we've been in communications with so many groups over the last little bit. There's industry supporters, there are NGO groups. We've had specific conversations with the NRCM, for example, and I've come to Augusta, and I've had a few different conversations with Mr. Bennett and his team. I will admit, not all of those are fun conversations. There are specific technological challenges that I believe we have addressed wholeheartedly. I think it comes back to the discussion around Chapter 200 and whether it's a valuable or invaluable legislation, and just the sheer fact of us needing to follow Chapter 200 has answered all questions, in opposition to the project, because we are able to meet that legislation, and that legislation is the most strict in the country. And it's not just, touting that title, but it's meaningful because there is a strict protection of any of the waterways surrounding the project, any of the air surrounding the project, all the animals, the fauna and fauna, and like we have to study everything under that regulation. And if there's any sort of significant negative impact, then it's up to not only just the DEP, but to the public to say no to the project. So, it was stated earlier today that it's a multi-year evaluation of the project. And what we're proposing currently is a rezoning that allows us to submit a baseline study plan, have that challenged by the DEP and the public, and then start to execute that baseline study plan to build confidence and assurances to all of, Maine's public, and obviously to you.
Representative Ziegler.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Two quick questions. One is, what do you see the time frame on your mind? How long do you think it'll be productive? And also, as you mentioned, the sulfur content, you're going to be mining one of the most environmentally sensitive areas in our state. If at all you release that sulfur into the aquifer, you've ruined the aquifer. And it's so easy to do that. So,
yeah, I certainly, I totally accept the concern related to our project and acknowledge that, mining history in Maine is not a positive one. That's been, a consistent message today, and I agree with it completely. I won't get into sort of the historics just yet, but as far as protecting, these waterways and everything from, a theoretical tailings disaster, that's the question at hand. And if, I guess, the way that the tailings is being managed through this dry stack, there's a couple of really significant securities here that are built in the legislation. One of which is that this is dry stack tailings. Now, this material, when we deposit it, is compacted, it's contoured to, a natural looking contour, and then it's compacted really well. And essentially what we're doing is we're compacting it back into sort of a substantial brick. Now, also to note that this material already exists out there. We're extracting 20% of the sulfidic material. So we're trying to remove, obviously, the valuable material, but we're trying to remove some of those sulfides from the deposit that already exists out there. Now, when we're depositing on surface, however, we use this, I won't say similar, but an equivalently safe liner as to what's being used in landfills in Maine today. So, we use a significant underliner approach, leakage detection systems, double line facility, and then a protective layer for depositing these tailings back onto. And then after we've completed a specific portion of that facility, i.e. we've deposited all the material we can, then we come back over top of that with the exact same type of liner to cover it. So we are generating a significantly robust structure that it doesn't have the ability to have moisture in it outside of what's sustained inside of that structure. So if rain and air can't come in contact with these tailings, then they can't react and they can't mobilize because they are compacted into a brick-like structure. So from a physical perspective, these are very, very stable. From a chemical perspective, if introduced to air and water on a continuous basis, yes, they can generate a mild sulfuric acid. There's no question about that. But we have a pants and suspenders type of, or a belt and suspenders type of approach that frankly is already accepted in Maine as an approach through their landfill systems with a much less consistent material, if that makes sense, and much less reactive material.
Okay.
I asked two questions, Representative Tucker, and also he didn't answer the, and if you would, Jeremy.
Sure.
How long do you see this mine in production? And also, liners in some landfills have not been as sufficiently protective as they should be. So I just want to throw that in. But anyway, could you tell me how long you foresee this mine being in production?
Absolutely. And so with mining is kind of it's the resources that are there are defined by our work so far. That amount of resources is roughly 10 years of steady state production. The permitting process up until then, obviously we're in a rezoning process. We anticipated about a year. It's likely going to be a couple of years in total. So we are hoping to at least get a decision. And just a comment on that as well, it's important to us as a company that even the legislation is set up so that at least if there is a decision that's made, it's not left in limbo. So we do appreciate that as a company. After which we get into, a baseline submission and then the baseline test work execution. So this is where all the environmental studies are completed, more detailed mining studies, economic studies, et cetera. So from that point, there's a 1.5-year construction period, and then the 10-year operating, and then a post reclamation. So that's where we're able to take the entire site and put it back to how it looks today. Save, the deposited tailings that are sitting on surface, completely secured in our belt and suspenders type of seal.
Okay. Before we move on to Representative Dudera, I wanted to ask Representative Johansson if I went past after his question whether I passed along too quick and didn't allow you a follow-up. Did I mess it up for you?
No, sir, that was fine. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Dudera.
Thank you. Mr. Willett, I don't see that you submitted any written testimony. So I would love to see that because, my question really, it goes to what does Maine get out of this? What does that community get out of this? That's one question I have. I have another one too, but maybe if you want to answer that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important to comment on that, one of the major drivers in a state or a community allowing a mining operation to come in is that it generates a certain amount of economic input to that area. I believe that the risks, obviously, around environment, they have to be designed and managed away or mitigated as much as possible and avoided. On the positive side of things, through economics, majority of that is through job support. So it's a really fun industry in the manner that we are able to take a series of skill sets that already exists. And Mainers, there's a lot of blogging and labor intensive type of industry in Maine. And when you consider sort of the skill sets and the transferability of the skill sets, if you can drive a loader on surface, then you can drive a loader underground. So our intention, and I've done this in the past in different jurisdictions, is to establish a training program that trains and upskills Mainers to operate this facility. I think there are some other comments earlier today as well around us being sort of a Canadian company that's coming in. And I do believe that throughout this process, we are able to develop a significant skill set in Maine using Maine employees to operate these mining projects. And there's actually a comment earlier too about fly in, fly out type of operations, and that we would be bringing those types of folks in. But I think my thoughts are that it's the opposite impact, is that we're upskilling a workforce that can then take that and operate something elsewhere as well, and then bring those revenues home while not impacting any of the resources within the state.
But the mine will be in operation, you estimate, about 10 years. So these are
Yes.
short-term jobs, which there's nothing wrong with short-term jobs. A lot of jobs are short-term jobs, but correct?
Yeah. So 10 years of steady state operation, about a year and a half of construction, and obviously before that, it's the entire permitting process, which is more consultant-based work, which we are obviously using Mainers to support. I feel the need to just make the comment one more time in closing that we really are a company that wants to support Maine, because we see the value in Maine. It's, I've spent a lot of time there. Everybody in our company has spent a lot of time there. We love the structure of Maine and how it's operated. We're all fishermen. We all are woodsmen, and so this is the type of area that we like to be in. It's and we want to support that and make sure that Mainers can stay home.
Representative Tucker, may I follow up with my question?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Willett. And that kind of brings me to, something again, I have been looking on your website. And, one thing you say is that the new mining law brings clarity in the process of mining. But you also say that a significant lack of exploration and Maine's previously unworkable mining laws. And then at the end on this website, it says, due to the lack of more modern exploration and clarity in the new regulations, Wolfton believes there's significant exploration upside in this jurisdiction. That gives me pause, because that to me says you haven't been exploring Maine in the past. Now you're going to be, and I believe you said earlier in your testimony, and again, I looked to check it, but it isn't online, that this is your big project. But it does make me nervous that from what I'm reading on your website, you're seeing these rich volcanic deposits as a gold mine, to use a bad pun.
Fair. So yeah, once again, I appreciate the comments and I completely understand the concern. But I don't want it to seem like, now that there's this window open and, companies like Wolfton are able to jump through and do whatever they want to. I think the important discussion here today is that with the new legislation, even if there are other deposits and Maine becomes an exploratory target, that there will be no projects that are able to start up unless they meet these significant and stringent regulatory guidelines. So it's still, I think it's important to note that it's still up to the DEP and Mainers to make the decision whether a project makes sense. So I really do believe that Picket Mountain is a project that should move ahead because of how much work has gone into it. It's been studied so heavily, and the economics are so robust, and the environmental responsibility related to the project are able to be supported in a way because the economics are robust and because of the location that we're in. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that a different project elsewhere in the state really makes sense. If, just to bring back to Callahan, if Callahan were proposed as a project today, directly adjacent to an estuary, there is no chance, most likely anywhere in North America, that would be approved. But Maine has taken it a step further with this updated legislation to really set the bar and to ensure that mining as it moving forward, we talked about it earlier, that mining has to happen, but it has to happen in a responsible way. And it's up to us ethically to make sure that we're consuming products that are mined responsibly, instead of just accepting materials from areas that might not be regulated so heavily. So we can use, like a healthy partnership in Maine to show, to show other states throughout the country, but also to the globe at how mining can be done extremely responsibly.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Willett, you've seen other states, you've been to other states and have mined in other states. How do Maine's laws compare to other states?
So there's some really quick ones right off the bat. So, and forgive me, because over the last 2 years, we have been really developing our understanding of the laws in Maine through partnerships with, executing bodies, the regulators that are executing them. The first and really easy one is no open pit mining. So within Maine, where Maine has got a relatively small footprint as well as some other states, outlawing that is not seen in other states. And frankly, a lot of open pits come with significant visual impact. And with Picket Mountain, for example, our visual impact is minimized to almost nothing. From other perspectives, it's surface and groundwater management. So the closest example is in California, where not only the quality of water that's being discharged into bodies of water and streams, wetlands, etc., is controlled, but the volumes of those are now being controlled. Those legislations elsewhere are not at the same level and standard that we are dealing with in Maine today. We've done significant studies related to how much water a specific wetland in all of, in the area that we're interested in, each wetland receives a certain quality and a certain volume of water. And we are designing the project to make sure that those wetlands continue to receive the correct amount and quality of water. Those legislations are typically, I don't want to say looser, but they're not as tightly constrained as we're dealing with in Maine right now. So I believe we're able to do it. We're able to operate in different climates. I've operated, projects just across the border in New Brunswick in the exact same type of watersheds and the exact same type of climates, exact same type of forestry, and we've been able to do that very successfully.
Thank you.
Follow-up question? Okay.
No, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for the question. Yep.
Mr. Willett, at this stage of the process, are you still in the process of attracting investors?
So I guess the quick answer is we're always looking to attract investors. We're not looking for funding, let's say at the moment, because it doesn't make sense to fund the project when it's undertraded.
If you're seeking to attract investors, you want to make the project look good and feasible, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I guess from my perspective, it goes without saying that the project is certainly economically feasible, but from every aspect, it's feasible. And it should also be noted that these aren't statements that are from Jeremy Willett at Wolfden. I stated earlier that all of the studies that we've done so far on the project are done through third party. When the skill sets exist in Maine, we use skill sets in Maine. But even outside of that, we use, we have a metallurgical consultant who's based in Colorado, and like this consultant, who's a professional engineer, has 50 years of experience globally, and was actually one of the first proponents of the project during early stage, metallurgical work, saying that this project just makes sense from 50 years of experience seeing mines and projects like this around the world. This is an ideal location. This is an ideal metallurgically, ideal from a mining perspective and geotechnically, and obviously economics. The economics are extremely robust to this type of project right now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks for the question.
We would now like to move on and hear from Mr. Fred Beck. Is Mr. Fred Beck here? Here he comes. Mr. Beck, you can turn on your camera. Mr. Beck, I can hear you but not see you. Mr. Beck? Okay, I'll ask if the clerk could try to get in touch with Mr. Beck and see what the problem is. In the meantime, let's, why don't we have Mr. Stroud step in here and cover for us? Mr. Stroud, how are you today?
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Representative Tucker and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Patrick Stroud with the Maine Forest Products Council. I'm here speaking to you today representing about 8.5 million acres of forest land, mostly in the northern and down east territory, but scattered throughout the state. So we have a vested interest in the discussion. And I'm speaking to you, I've never met Mr. Ouellette or talked to any mining companies for years, but I'm trying to talk to you about this from a policy perspective. And the landowners have varied interests in mining. It's not on the top of their list based on my discussions with them. What's important to them is that they maintain their reputation for stewardship of the land, for the water, for the wildlife management that we do, and for the safe ability for people to certainly recreate on our lands. So it's with this in mind that we are opposed to banning the Mineral Mining Act in Maine. We think you've heard from a number of people that it's been a thoroughly vetted kind of rulemaking that's been taking place. It has a varied history of involvement by both sides of the issue. Senator Brownie Carson certainly led the effort and loaned his reputation to the most recent version of the rule. So these rules have been revolved as a result of very vigorous process. The DEP certainly was involved, the Board of Environmental Protection, and many environmental groups that certainly, and Maine professionals and experts in mining throughout the world. So these rules were reviewed, revised, and approved by the Maine legislature. And I think the commissioner's comment is probably very insightful in that we have this pendulum of politics that goes back and forth, and simply banning the mining rules would create a void and the debate would continue. I think it's a lot healthier to have a vigorous set of rules in place, to watch them, to see if companies can prove to us as Mainers that the environment can be protected and that the mineral mining can take place. So we do not recommend a repeal to the law. When done the right way and using good science, mining in Maine could support the working forest model, and it could really be important to economically depressed areas in Maine. And this was a lot of the discussion and the back and forth that took place in the past as well. So we urge you to vote not to pass on this rule. Thank you. I think I'm done. Glad to answer any questions.
We seem to be lacking a senator or representative.
Our chair seems to have disappeared.
Yeah.
I'll wait till I'm dismissed.
Can we collectively dismiss him?
Yeah.
Do we have
can
to
see
wait
if
for
anybody does
Sarah?
have any questions. Who's got
Oh, no,
questions?
he was cut off. It looks like he's coming back, I'm sure.
Must not have thought I could be so brief.
He may have apparently accidentally removed himself. I don't know if you all want to just pick someone to keep going until he gets back on.
I'd be happy to pick up. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Strauch?
All right, thank you.
Vicki, did you have a question here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just wondered, Mr. Strauch, if you might, I don't think that you submitted written testimony either.
I think I did, but I'll double check and make sure.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, Mr. Strauch?
All right. Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Beck the next speaker?
I believe that's true.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Beck.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Representative Ziegler.
I just got a text from Ralph. He said he's been cut off. Dan or Sabrina, do you know how to get him back?
He should be able to just use the link and get back on.
Okay, so I'll text him.
Shall we continue? Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, why don't you continue?
Please continue, Mr. Beck.
I don't, can you
You're
hear
on
me?
mute.
Okay, I guess I'm online now.
Yes, you are.
Afternoon, Representative Tucker and members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on LD 1163, an act to reduce pollution by prohibiting metallic mining. My name is Fred Beck. I'm a semi-retired consulting mineral exploration geologist and have been working in that profession in Maine since 1968. I am, with my daughter, owner of Maine Environmental Laboratory, which has been in business in Yarmouth since 1979. I'm speaking to you today from that business in Yarmouth. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization or company, but as a concerned Maine citizen. I'm opposed to LD 1163. However, I'm not opposed to the stated purpose of this bill, which is to reduce pollution from metal mining. Currently, Maine has some of the most comprehensive and environmentally protective mining laws and regulations in the United States, and those were well stated by our commissioner of the DEP. What I am concerned about is throwing out all of these rules that tens of thousands of hours were spent finally coming up with the new rules dated 2017, about 4 years ago. And substituting for that, a ban on all metal mining and exploration in the state. I don't think the sponsors of this bill understand quite what metal mining is. There is a metal mine in operation, has been for over 60 years in Maine, in Thomaston. The metal there is calcium. It's mined as a carbonate, calcium carbonate. It is transformed in a mill into calcium oxide, which is a component of mortar and cement, as you all well know. I think that my concern is that there are several other unintended negative consequences by passage of this bill. And if I could read them faster than probably to stay within my 3 minutes, go as fast as I can. One of the most essential metals in use today to reduce pollution is lithium. Lithium is a metal and there are important large reserves in Oxford County, which could be mined to produce one of the key components in most electronic batteries these days, including cell phones, hybrid and electric cars, computers, and a host of other electronic devices. Most lithium used in the United States is imported. Besides battery manufacture, lithium has a number of other uses, including specialty greases and as treatment for bipolar disorder. just about all the lithium is imported right at the present time. Like lithium, manganese is a metal, and there are large reserves in Aroostook County. In fact, they're not far from Representative Johansson's town of Monticello. As with lithium, it is considered a critical mineral by the United States Geological Survey. It's a critical component in steel making, but is also a critical metal in the manufacture of lithium-ion batteries. Whether or not manganese can be mined economically from the known deposits, which are the largest unmined manganese deposits in the United States, is unknown at the present time. However, any exploration for manganese would be banned by any further exploration by LD 1163. As the world changes, and particularly electronics and renewable technologies, the need for metals will undoubtedly increase. Not many years ago, very few people had heard of rare earth elements, sometimes called REEs, rare earth elements. There are 17 metals that are part of this rare earth group, and they are now indispensable components of more than 200 products, including cell phones, computer hard drives, electric and hybrid magnets in wind turbines, flat screen monitors and TVs, as well as defense uses. The high-tech F-35 stealth fighter plane contains 920 pounds of the REE metals. China accounts for well over 95% of world production of REEs. The only US mine producing REE metals is located in California, and its reserves are not endless. Maine has rock types that may host economic concentrations of these REE metals. LD 1163, if passed by the legislature, will prohibit exploration for concentrations of these and possibly economically viable metals. Maine also has substantial reserves of cobalt in at least 3 known deposits. It is considered a critical metal by the USGS, the United States Geological Survey. Globally, the leading use is in the manufacture of cathode materials for rechargeable batteries, primarily lithium-ion, nickel cadmium, and nickel metal hydride batteries, which are used in consumer products and so forth. LD 1163 would make it against the law to explore for these deposits, let alone mine them. The Congo produces 55% of the world. Yes.
Yes, could you please wrap up? We're way.
Okay, I will.
3 minutes.
In summary,
Thank you. We have your. Please summarize.
In summary, I feel that the most effective way to prevent pollution from metal mining is to have a strong and effective laws and regulations. Maine has those laws and regulations in place now. To repeal these laws and regulations, as LD 1163 does, won't solve a problem which does not exist, but could have serious unintended consequences, including slowing the national effort to reduce greenhouse emissions. And thank you for the opportunity to make my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Representative Tucker, I'll hand it back to you.
I'm sorry, you.
But you're on mute, Mr. Representative Tucker.
Are there any questions for Mr. Beck? Thank you, Representative Bloom, for saving me. I don't know what happened. I got cut off somehow. We are now going to go to neither for nor against, and we'll listen to Mr. Bennett.
Good afternoon, Representative Tucker, members of the ENR committee. My name is Nick Bennett. I'm the staff scientist for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I first and foremost want to commend the sponsors of this legislation and the members of the public who testified. I share their concern about whether or not mining, hard rock metal mining, or sulfide mining, as it's been called as well in this debate, will ever have a benefit to Maine that will outweigh its harms. I am very skeptical of that. And I am equally skeptical of about 95% of what Mr. Willett told you today. The one thing I would agree with him on is that when he said that some of the conversations he's had with groups in Maine have not been fun, I'll agree with that. Our interactions with Wolfden have not been fun. But I don't want to get into I don't want to fall down sort of a rabbit hole of trying to rebut all of the things that you heard today about what a wonderful place to mine Wolfden has chosen and why it won't harm the high quality fisheries or Katahdin Woods and Waters or Baxter State Park, which are nearby. I think much of what you heard today was preposterous, but I'm going to try to focus on why I believe you should also be very careful about banning mining in Maine. In 2012, the legislature took up a bill on mining at the request of J.D. Irving, and it overturned rules that had been written in 1991. Those rules were very strict, and they came into existence because the department and a bunch of other people, including NRCM, were very worried about the dangers of a proposed mine at Bald Mountain, which is in central Aroostook County. Between 1991 and 2012, J.D. Irving had become the owner of the Bald Mountain site, and they wanted to mine it when prices for metals rose dramatically after the 2008 recession. And so they viewed the 1991 rules as a ban on mining, and they sold it as a de facto ban on mining to the Maine legislature. And most legislators did not agree that banning mining was a wise way to regulate it. They saw mining as an essential part of modern life, and it did not seem reasonable to most of them that we ban this activity that's necessary for all of us. And we're uncomfortable with the idea. So once J.D. Irving had convinced legislators that the 1991 rules were in fact a ban, it became much easier for J.D. Irving to overturn those rules and much harder for groups like NRCM to defend them. And so I'll skip over the next 5 years of battles mostly. It was the most probably busy and intellectually and emotionally consuming part of my 25-year career at NRCM to work on the bill that finally got drafted in 2017, and the rules that passed that DEP based on the 2017 mining law, which, as you've heard, was sponsored by Senator Brownie Carson. That law also had strong support from Senator Saviello, from Senator Bob Foley, from Chair Tucker, from Representative Bob Duchesne, and it passed with overwhelming bipartisan majorities that withstood a gubernatorial veto. That law contains the strictest provisions against mining pollution in the country, including a ban on open pit mines, a ban on tailings impoundments, a ban on mines that would require perpetual treatment, as many mines do, and a ban on mining on public lands or underneath lakes, rivers and streams, and coastal wetlands. We believe these rules are strong and that they have the potential to withstand the test of time. We're very concerned that a ban is easy to overturn. It's essentially one word long, and it's hard to defend. Each of the strong provisions of the 2017 law have strong technical justification, or they're based on hard experience, like the experience at the Callahan mine, where mining companies often go bankrupt and leave their messes to the public to clean up through taxes. The 2017 law contains a provision that requires mining companies to put up enough money upfront to pay for a serious mining disaster. That's a very important provision. And if a ban happens, all of those rules and standards and strong provisions will be gone. And then when we have new rules, where will we start? What would be the baseline? So based on our experience with the law that passed in 2012, A ban is not easy to defend. We're much more confident that we can defend most or all of the provisions that are in the 2017 law. We're also confident that despite what Mr. Willett says, that those provisions will prevent that mining project from going forward. And unlike what Mr. Willett said, they are not in compliance with Chapter 200 because they have yet to apply for a mining permit. And so none of the provisions of Chapter 200 have even been brought into the play right now. They're just asking for a rezoning from LUPC. The most recent letter to Wolf Den on from LUPC was extremely strong. It asked a lot of questions that are going to be difficult for Wolf Den to answer, pointing out all of the information that they have not yet provided. And
you'll have to wrap up. You'll have to wrap up now, Mr. Bennett.
Yep, I'm wrapping up. I was just going to say that I'd like to send a committee an email later today with some information about Wolf Den's proposal, which I'll do. And in closing, we would just like to say that we would urge the committee to consider the concerns that we've brought up when considering LD 1163. Thank you, and sorry for going over time.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Tucker. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, very much for your testimony and for the history going back. It's for someone like me who is new to this committee. You know, these are things I just remember reading a little bit about in the Sunday paper. So I'm very glad to have the historical context. I want to ask you, since you are in the position, you've worked on this for so long and so hard, and we're involved from the very beginning. Do you see any ways that our current law could be strengthened? I hear what you're saying about the outright ban, but do you see any places where we ought to be thinking about strengthening what we have?
Sure. One concern that I have is that we don't have any permits required for exploration. With permits required for advanced exploration, but not for exploration. And so I am concerned that companies like Wolf Den can essentially put down drill sites anyplace, and that there isn't a robust program for the state to inspect them and make sure that they aren't causing damage. Certainly the biggest parts of mining damage are not due to exploratory drilling. But they're also, if it's not done right, it's not harmless. And so again, in contrast to what Mr. Willett said, that site they're proposing is surrounded by 3 state heritage brook trout waters. And they're very close by, and those are sensitive waters. So I think one would want to be careful even about drilling in those places.
Representative Dudera. Representative Bloom.
And thank you. And Mr. Bennett, to follow up on the exploration idea, it was something that I should have asked Melanie Loisem about when she was here, but she was saying how we have to be very clear if we're going to ban, is it banning exploration or banning mining? Did you understand that as well?
Yes, I understood what the commissioner was saying. She was saying that the bill as written would not ban exploration because the way the bill is segmented, it requires permits for advanced exploration, which includes a significant amount of processing of metal as well as substantial removal of ore itself. So it's larger scale and it produces dangerous mining waste products. And mining. Those are the 2 activities that require permits. Exploration, just exploration, which is only drilling, does not require permits. And I think she wanted to be clear that if you just enacted this law, it would not ban exploratory drilling.
May I follow up? So,
yes, please.
So what if we did ban exploration and kept intact the rules for mining? Wouldn't that be kind of a way of deterring further development without getting rid of the rules?
Well, I think you sort of defeat the purpose of the rules if you don't allow exploring. because there's no way you can have any mine ever without exploration, right? Exploratory drilling is necessary if you want to find a place to put a mine. And so without exploratory drilling, you won't find that. So essentially, I think what you would be proposing, Representative, would be an outright ban.
But without getting rid of the rules that are in place. So we wouldn't have the same problem as put out by your testimony that said that if we just banned mining, then it would be a total prohibition and could be overturned. But we would never have to overturn it because the rules would still be in place. So I'm saying is it's another way of doing a ban without getting rid of the language. Because it just makes it so you can't explore. Anyway, maybe it's a little sneaky, but anyway, I kind of liked it.
Okay. Representative Ziegler.
Of course, I'm not very sneaky. Actually, I wanted to ask the same question that Representative Dodaro, and also good afternoon, Mr. Bennett.
Good afternoon, Representative.
You know, in the legislators who came promoting this bill all said we're starting a conversation. So have you had a conversation with them that perhaps we should look not at a ban, but the tweaks you just talked about? And could we work that into this bill? Either change the language, amend it somehow? Have you talked to the bill presenters at all?
I have indeed. What I said to them is very similar to what I said to you today.
And do you see that they could possibly move that way?
That's a question that they should answer, but certainly that's what I heard when they spoke with you this morning.
I would like to see you reach out if you could.
Sure.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Ziegler?
No, thank you. That answered my question. And I'm just not a sneaky person, Lydia. I'm just so open and forthright.
Further questions? Representative Bloom, do you have anything you'd like to ask before we move on? Representative Dodaro.
Thank you. Well, I just want to make sure that I heard what Mr. Bennett said correctly. You said that permits are needed for advanced exploration, but no permitting is required for just plain exploration, right?
That's correct.
So maybe that would be a step to require permits for exploration because those do not exist now.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I would now like to address the attendees list. I noticed that I may have skipped somebody who wanted to testify. I'd like to ask if Alice Bolstridge is present and wishes to join us on the panel. Are you still there, Alice?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Okay, can you put on your video? And
yes, I'm here. How do I?
Are there any other members of the attendee list besides Alice who wish to testify either for, against, or neither for nor against 1163? Okay, Alice, it looks like you are our last witness on this mining bill. Would you like to present your testimony now? Mrs. Bolstridge, are you there?
Trouble here.
Mrs. Bolstridge, how are you? Oh, there you are.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thanks for your
Sorry,
patience.
I was having trouble. I was supposed to rejoin. Okay. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Alice Bolstridge. I'm a volunteer foot soldier in the struggle to protect and restore the environment. I am testifying in support of a ban on metallic mining in Maine. For nearly 5 years, I took part in the struggle to save Bald Mountain in my hometown area from water pollution and other environmental, health, social, and economic damages of metallic mining. Now Wolfton Mining Company poses a similar threat to Pickett Mountain. In 2017, when the legislature passed LD 820, the bill supported by the environmental community that bans open pit mining and waste management, but allows contamination of groundwater in restricted areas of underground or shaft mining, I asked for evidence of such a mine successfully containing pollution and was told Green Creek's mine in Alaska. Researching, I found evidence that underground mines pollute the environment and threaten human health. The Alaska, and I'm quoting here, the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation released a study showing the Greens Creek mine is polluting Admiralty Island National Monument with acid mine drainage. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, Greens Creek released 59 million pounds of toxic chemicals in 2000. An article from the National Institute of Health says metallic mines release toxic elements known to induce multiple organ damage, even at lower levels of exposure. They are also classified as human carcinogens, known or probable, according to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the International Agency for Research on Cancer. No one has been able or willing to provide evidence that any metallic mining of sulfide deposits in Maine's wet climate can be safe. Not geologists I've asked, not supporters of LD 820, not scientific sources I have consulted. Those who believe metallic mining can be done safely in Maine are in denial about risks and about unbiased science. Please vote ought to pass on LD 1163 and support a ban on metallic mining in Maine. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I'm glad to answer any questions that I have the answer for.
Ms. Ballstridge, you have timed your testimony perfectly, exactly down to 3 minutes.
I tried.
A lot of people can't do that.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to?
I practiced.
Okay. Would anyone like to address any questions to Ms. Ballstridge? Thank you very much. Let me once more address
You're
all
welcome.
Representative Ziegler, question.
No, I thought we were finished. I wanted to make a statement since I was around for 200 in the committee. If you have a chance, you should visit Callahan Mine and really see the results of poor mining. It'll be eye-opening. It's on the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Yeah, okay, good. Is there anyone else here to testify on the mining bill 1163? Okay, therefore, we're going to conclude the public hearing on that bill at this time. We will now open a hearing in, on the bill 1367. And we'd ask if Mr. Kyle Bailey could join us. And this is a bill to create a grant program for municipalities who promote innovation in restricting carbon. Mr. Bailey, would you like to explain your bill?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1367, an act to create a grant program to promote innovation in municipal carbon reduction initiatives. My apologies that my day has been a little chaotic. I had to take my mother to the hospital early this morning. She fell last night, and so I am in my fleece and at her home, and it's been one of those days, but I'm glad to be able to join you to present this bill. As you know, change comes from the bottom up and not the top down. To recover from the global pandemic and recession, respond to climate and addiction crises, reckon with centuries of injustice, and ensure that we make our state an even better place to earn a living and raise a family, we must make smart and strategic investments in our state and incentivize innovation at the local level. Thanks to the leadership of Governor Mills, Director Pingree, and many others, Maine has a strategy to address the climate crisis that threatens our security and well-being. To ensure that we do our part and meet the goals outlined in the Maine Can't Wait report, the legislature must act to align policies and budgets with strategy priorities and create the infrastructure necessary to achieve our goals. LD 1367 would create a new tool using carrots and not sticks for the state to support projects in local communities that will help Maine to reach our goals for carbon reduction. I envision this beginning as a pilot project, a good place to start this phase of our work, to incentivize necessary change while also unlocking the creative potential of the Maine people to develop community solutions to global problems. Imagine what we could learn from this work, the model we could develop over time to fight climate change, and the opportunity we would have to lead in addressing this crisis from the ground up. Think about this program in year 5 or 7, scaled up and wildly successful. Imagine the ripple effects of empowering Maine people with the knowledge, skills, and confidence to tackle the climate crisis, and how it might also lead to bold solutions and better outcomes in our economy, education, healthcare, and transportation. This program isn't about bureaucracy or blank checks. It's about strategic investments in the Maine people and in our future. I hope you will support LD 1367. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill and for your consideration. I'd be glad to answer any questions the committee may have.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Representative Bailey. I'm happy to co-sponsor this bill with you. And I wanted to ask you, it was very specific in the title that it's about carbon reduction, right? This is, the Wayne Weight Plan has carbon mitigation goals, and we also have community resilience goals, which are two really different things and very important to every community in Maine. So how, can you give me examples of what kind of carbon reduction programs would this grant program support?
That's a great question. I would also say that I think having the executive branch develop out the criteria around the programming for the proposal and what this committee feels like might be the right subject areas to approach could certainly be something worth examining and looking at. One of the ideas that I discussed with some folks in state government, we were sort of kicking around this idea, was, it could be smaller projects even to start, like, a municipality changing out all its light bulbs to more efficient LED light bulbs that would not only be, reduce their carbon footprint, but have a cost savings for the municipality. So, maybe sometimes it's starting out small, but building towards, bigger change from the bottom up. And the idea being, wouldn't it be great if we could bring people together as a community to work collaboratively, with their municipalities to start brainstorming and thinking about ways that they could compete for these dollars and help us to achieve some of the outcomes in our climate change plan. And I think that the legislature and the executive branch and the agencies can work together to develop that language with experts who have far better knowledge and expertise than myself to really develop that criteria and think about what are some innovative ways. So that was just sort of one idea that we talked about as sort of a pilot project, and be able to sort of track those deliverables, right, and measure those outcomes, and be able to report back and say, how did it turn out, and learn from that, and be able to hopefully grow the program in the future.
Follow up, please.
Please go ahead.
So Efficiency Maine does similar things to trying to incentivize carbon reduction and energy efficiency and things like that. So do you see this as a different program or an adjunct or doing something like I start thinking about things like transportation networks, right? Reducing carbon through a transportation network in a region, let's say.
Yeah.
That I don't know if it's covered by Efficiency Maine, but do you see some overlap there? And
yeah, I think that's a great question for the committee to explore maybe in work session. This idea sort of actually came out of DOT has a similar sort of competitive grant program for local roads and bridge construction. And there are some other areas where it's lacking. And I have a parallel bill that was heard before the IDEA committee that creates a municipal grant program for sustainable economic development. And my goal here is what I'm hoping for is to have more programs like this that municipalities can compete for dollars and create more incentive and drive us to the change we know we need to achieve. So we've got these great plans that I think are coming out of the Office of Policy Innovation in the Future. I think Hannah Pingree is doing a tremendous job with her team, but I think there's only so much the state can do. And we need local governments, local economic development corporations, local conservation commissions and land trusts. We need all these different entities at the local and regional levels to be bought in as stakeholders and working together collaboratively, whether it's on sustainable economic development, which my other proposal tackles, or specifically carbon reduction initiatives, and thinking about how we can move these types of grant projects forward. So, while we certainly ought to be funding revenue sharing, municipal revenue sharing, as we continue thinking about, sending dollars down to municipalities, can we think about tying some of more of those dollars to these plans that we have to achieve those objectives? And that's my intention behind this, introducing this bill.
Any further questions for the sponsor? Representative Dudera.
Thank you. I couldn't find the little hand. Thank you, Representative Bailey. I hope that your mom is doing okay.
She's doing all right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
My request is just I don't see written testimony for you, and you had a lot going on, so that's probably why. But when you get a chance, if you could just put that on, because I'd like to read that. Thank you.
Absolutely, I will. Yep, I didn't get a chance to do that before I left the house at 3 a.m. this morning, so I will upload that.
Okay, very well. I'm looking at the attendees list, and are there any other persons who wish to testify in support? Are there any other persons who wish to testify against? There are none. We have two persons who are here to testify neither for nor against. And let's turn to Brian Ambret first from the Governor's Policy Office.
Good afternoon, Representative Tucker, Representative Bailey, and members of the committee. My name is Brian Ambret. I'm the Senior Climate Resilience Coordinator in the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future. I'm here to testify today neither for nor against LD 1367. You should have access to my written testimony as well. In 2019, Governor Mills established the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation and the Future to address critical long-term issues facing Maine by engaging state agencies, stakeholders, and the public in planning and implementation of innovative data-driven solutions. The December 1 Climate Action Plan, Maine Won't Wait, highlights the opportunity for municipal lead by example energy efficiency and renewable energy projects and practices that can reduce both emissions and the operating costs.
Tom, I'm in the middle of a hearing right now.
You're not muted, Ralph.
The plan calls for enhanced grant and loan programs to support efficiency and renewable energy programs in municipal, tribal, school, and public housing construction and improvements, as well as recognition programs for those projects making outstanding efforts. Maine Won't Wait also identifies lack of local capacity as a frequently cited reason that communities are unable to take action on climate change. The plan calls for empowering local and regional community resilience efforts, including state leadership for robust technical assistance and funding to communities by 2024 to support local and regional climate resilience initiatives. As my office testified on LD 446, an act to reestablish the state planning office, with the elimination of the former state planning office in 2012, there is not currently a single state government agency or office responsible to administer the financial and technical assistance programs to help build sustainable communities. Some state planning office programs were eliminated or significantly reduced. Others were moved to different state agencies. Municipal planning assistance, for example, is now located at the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. As demonstrated in the Climate Action Plan, we will need, over time, to expand resources to support communities to plan for and reduce their risk from climate change impacts. As I mentioned, the lack of capacity, expertise, and funding are consistently cited by municipalities as reasons why they are not able to address their climate risks. In addition, towns across the state have uneven access to planning resources that can support other local planning issues, as evidenced by the map, which is part of the Maine Won't Wait report and is attached to my written testimony. The plan recommends the state provide robust technical assistance and funding to communities by 2024 to support local and regional climate resilience initiatives. This includes climate information, best practices, case studies, and funding resources to help towns understand climate risk, evaluate options, and prioritize actions. Increased funds to incentivize regional resilience planning and cooperation and the inclusion of climate resilience in local, state, and regional plans, regulations, and capital investment. And encouragement and support for coordination among regional organizations, nonprofits, and the private sector efforts, many of which are already providing important services and planning capacity to communities. The Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future is currently conducting a pilot project to work with 3 providers and communities across the state to do climate resilience planning and implementation. The purpose of the pilot project is to, 1, advance climate resilience planning and implementation in multiple towns representing the diversity of Maine people and regions. 2, demonstrate replicable engagement models for assisting communities that integrate 3 functions: regional technical assistance, encouraging best practices, and funding support. And 3, inform future development of key climate-related focus areas for communities, community resilience goals, and support for community resilience in Maine. As part of this pilot, we are working with other state programs who used to be in the former state planning office, including the Municipal Planning Assistance Program, now at DACF, as well as the Coastal Program at DMR. We believe that this bill, along with LD 446, are welcome opportunities to continue discussions about how the state could provide more robust municipal support to Maine communities in need. We believe the pilot project currently underway, to be completed in early 2022, will help provide further guidance to the state on how future support and resources may best be delivered. The Maine Won't Wait Climate Action Plan calls for a broad approach to providing increased technical assistance and support for communities to achieve their climate goals for both emissions reductions and resiliency projects. Over the course of the coming year, further evaluation of the former state planning positions and programs, now distributed to other state agencies, and emerging needs should be considered. The administration is also considering federal American Rescue Plan allocations that may support some of the municipal infrastructure, economic, and energy needs. Thank you for your service and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Ambrette. Questions? Clarifications? Comments? Okay, thank you very much. We now have Neil Goldberg in the panel from the Maine Municipal Association. Welcome.
Hello, thanks again.
Go right ahead.
Representative Tucker and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 1367 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. As a whole, the association supports the goals of Maine's Climate Action Plan, Maine Won't Wait, and its members are constantly thinking of new ways to reduce municipal carbon emissions. This bill accurately recognizes that technology and innovation projects to facilitate carbon reduction are costly, and municipalities need financial aid to accelerate their reduction effort. Members approve of a municipal grant program as described in LD 1367, but have two concerns about funding and competitiveness. Until a long-term funding source is identified, municipal officials can really only worry about where this money is going to come from. In order for this grant program to create a lasting benefit to municipalities, the funding should be coming from sources that aren't currently earmarked for municipal use. Otherwise, these grants will only hamper municipal activity in some other aspect. The issue of funding then bleeds into the matter of competitiveness. Unless this program is well funded, the grants might be too competitive for most municipalities to benefit from. Generally speaking, we know that competitive grant processes favor larger municipalities with more staff capacity to chase grant money. But since all municipalities have progress to be made on carbon reduction, some municipal officials would prefer to just have this funding equitably dispersed for local climate initiatives that conform to the state's climate action plan, instead of investing their staff time in grant applications that might be denied. Thank you for your time and consideration on this important matter, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have enough energy to summon up a question? Not yet. Okay. I note that your testimony has been in writing, so we can refer to it in the future. Representative Bloom might have a question.
Thank you. Mr. Goldberg, do you see this bill does talk about carbon reduction things, which isn't the same as building a sea level wall or something, building a wall or doing anything like that. Do you see like if the money was earmarked, let's say, for putting solar panels on town buildings, for example, would that be something that you think would be an attractive thing to most towns?
Well, I think, just to clarify, our members fully support where this money is going. They're just confused as to where it's coming from. And so absolutely, carbon reduction efforts, we fully support. And so yes, if you were to earmark it for, say, solar panels, that would be great.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Okay, I guess I will then address the attendees list, which has 2 people on it, and ask if there is any further testimony for this bill. There is not. We have therefore concluded the public hearing on 1367. Thank you very much. We now have Mr. Tartikoff, who can tell us if he has some language reviews, and if so, on what?
So we have a couple of reviews, if everyone will bear with us. I only have one of them, and I'll go first. Sorry.
You think you'll be able to screen share them?
If that would be simpler, I can do that, certainly.
Why don't you do that?
Okay, so here we are. So the first review is LD 1023. This is one of the 2 balloon bills that was voted ought to pass as amended by a majority of the committee. As I noted in my email, I believe it's 9 members ought to pass as amended, 4 members ought not to pass. So it's a divided report. The direction of the majority was to essentially replace the substance of LD 1023 with the substance of LD 618, and that's what this amendment does. It should be identical to LD 618. So I won't go through it in very great detail. The fiscal note that we have is a minor cost increase to the general fund, a minor revenue increase to the general fund, and a minor revenue increase to other special revenue funds. And there's a statement here that notes the additional workload associated with the minimal number of new cases filed in the court system does not require additional funding at this time. The collection of additional fine and/or fee revenue will increase general fund and dedicated revenue by minor amounts. So I can answer any questions anyone has. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and plan on this one being reported out in the near future.
Mr. Tartikoff, I take it that there were no last-minute technical changes required for style or something like that?
No, it is, I think I can say 100% identical to 618.
Okay. Now, once this is released, it will go to the Legislative Information Office, and then it would be circulated for signatures, correct?
Yes, so there's still a little bit of process that has to occur before you would all see an email asking for your approval for the jackets, but that would most likely occur within the next day or two.
So the chances are this would not make the calendar for Wednesday.
I mean, if it's determined to be a priority for Wednesday, it could certainly happen, but in the normal course, I would think that could take longer than for Wednesday.
Representative Bloom, did I pass over you? Were you waving your hand earlier?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, okay.
She was making a very appropriate joke about the report being released.
Oh.
or perhaps abandoned.
Okay. Is there anybody on the committee who has any concerns about releasing this bill from the committee? Okay, we're done with that one. What are the other ones?
So I have the next one. It's LD 722, and I'll bring that up on the screen for you. And this was the resolve to study the establishment of the Maine Climate Corps. The committee reviewed the language back a few weeks ago, and that just made a change. Instead of young citizens, it opened it up to all residents being qualified and added an additional requirement to study regarding the program being able to address shifting and expanding climate challenges that can be addressed by the Climate Corps. So this came back with a fiscal note, minor cost increase of the general fund, and any additional cost to the Maine Commission for Community Service within the Department of Education to conduct the required study and submit the required report can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. So that is the final language. If you have any questions, I could address that now.
What was the vote on this one? Is it a divided report?
It was
or-
a unanimous report.
Okay, so that would only need to have one sign off
Correct.
before they start gathering the signatures. Okay, so it's theoretically possible if somebody was pushing this with all their effort that they could gather the signatures and get it on the calendar.
It's possible, yes.
But it would go on the consent calendar anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? We're all set on that one.
So the next one up is 771. This is a regular language review. We haven't done that yet. This is the bill to amend the laws governing wastewater treatment plant operator certification. This too was a unanimous report of the committee, and it does three things. So the first thing it does is a technical fix. It removes the definition of commissioner from the definition section, as that definition is that term is no longer used within the section of law. It adds language regarding training that was suggested by the Maine Water Environment Association, and that is the language here. It sort of just changed a little bit of what the training would encompass. And then the last change it made was also a technical fix, and it removed the use of misdemeanor and changed it to Class E crime to mirror the current crime classification system.
Okay. And Class E is a fine only, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any comments or concerns?
And that still needs to go through all the loops and get fiscal, so there's no way that would be ready for Wednesday.
Okay.
And
Do you have
then
any more?
I have one more, so it's LD 940. Let me just pull that up, hold on. sorry, that one's being temperamental. Hold on. Okay, so this is LD 940. This was an act to establish appliance, energy, and water standards. This is a divided report of the committee. And the changes that this made based on the majority ought passes amended report is first thing, it encompasses the suggestion by the Plumbing Manufacturers International to apply this new sales prohibition on those appliances and products manufactured on or after January 1st, 2023. So that's what this does right here. And then the second part is it incorporates a suggestion from the Retail Association of Maine to cap the fine for a violation at $100 instead of $100 for each unit sold in violation. So those were the two changes. I mean, this whole thing is an amendment, which was the sponsor's amendment, and that incorporates two additional amendments that the committee wanted to add when they voted.
Concerns, questions? Okay, I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Did that one have a fiscal note?
That still has to go through all the loops. So that's just the original language. So I don't know yet if it's going to come back with a fiscal note or not. I'm assuming it may be something because it's a new program for the department to oversee, but I don't do the fiscal stuff. So we'll wait to see when that comes back, what it says.
Okay, thank you very much. They've all passed language review. Good. Okay, is everybody tired? Ready to go home? Okay, there we go. It's 3 o'clock. It's time to close today's session. And we'll see some of you on Tuesday and all of you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.